Well, there goes the Daverhood. Welcome, everybody. Welcome live. I think that's coming from mine. It happened again. Why does it do that? Quiet me. There you go. So I always forget to close the long Safari when that opens up. And it says me saying Daverhood, which is this program, Dave's Gone By, our 803rd episode of the show. We're calling it Gotcha in honor of our upcoming guest. A little later in the program, we're going to be talking to actor and playwright Michael Gotch, because he's got a play, and this is so cool. I would be jealous, except I've got a one-act play that's going to be performed in a couple of weeks, but I'm still a little jealous because his...
Did you tell them the director or no?
Of mine or his?
Of yours.
Of mine. Well, no, I didn't even know a week ago who it was. I just found out this week who... Oh, no, it's official and stuff. But let me tell about Michael Gotch, and then more importantly, I'll tell about me, because show's about me. So I'm Dave, by the way. Dave Lefkowitz. That's my darling and adorable wife Joyce over there, handling the Facebook and all sorts of other stuff. Oh, I don't even have Potato here, but I do have Pooey. This is important. I've got Pooey. He'll be hanging with us for part of the program. I'm not sure what part. Let's see, what part will he fit? Not really. Well, inside Broadway, because he comes from inside. We do that every week. We talk about Broadway theater. You talk, well, now, comedy, culture, and interviews. There you go. Comedy, culture, and interviews. That's what Dave's Gone By is, and has been since October of 2002, when we first started doing these on terrestrial radio, on WGBB AM 1240 in New York. That was many, many years ago at this point, but we've continued doing the program. We got off terrestrial radio, we went on internet radio for a while, then I got onto college radio for a very wonderful experience out in Colorado, but for the past 4 years we've added video to the show, and now it is a live Facebook program every Saturday from 9 until noon or thereabouts. We call it Dave's Gone By, because old Dave here, but this episode, as I said, is called Gotcha, because Michael Gotch, his play, Tiny House, is going to be opening the season at Connecticut's Westport Country Playhouse. If you've probably, if you've heard of it, you've probably heard of it, or your mom has heard of it, or her mom, because it's opening the 90th season of that theater. Think about theater. There are radio stations. Well, there are radio stations that are over 100 years old, but but to think that this place is still operational and has been since 1931, that's pretty amazing. And it's pretty wonderful that our guest, Michael Gotch, will have his play being done there, directed by the artistic director of Westport Country Playhouse, Mark Lamos, who has a very long and impressive resume. Now, speaking of long and impressive, let's not go there. So I found out this week that the one-act play that I wrote, called Restoration Playhouse, is going to be, well, I know I told you last week, it's going to be done as part of the Red Bull Theater Company's Short New Play Festival. It took me 2 weeks, by the way, to finally remember whether it was New Short Play Festival or Short New Play Festival. And I literally could not, I would halt every time I tried to say the phrase because I wasn't sure about it. But somehow I stuck in old Dave's brain that short comes first. I just reminded myself that, what am I? I'm Short. Short New Play Festival. That is happening on July 12th, virtually. Even though a lot of things are being done now in person, it's going to be a virtual thing. I'm doing the Joe Franklin hand move. This is so cool. My friends, it is a virtual show. That means it doesn't actually exist. It's virtually in the imagination of my friends, your friends, their friends, on the Joe Franklin program, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Strides Matzah, if it strikes, it's all rights with me, my friends. So, but anyway, so I was told that I have so much to talk about my play. And this is rare. Yeah, I haven't had the chance to do this since I was doing Miracle of Long John's a couple of years ago. So, and it's not. I mean, it's what?
That was a great show.
It's a tiny little one-act play. It's supposed to be 10 minutes long. Mine probably goes about 10 and a half minutes if the actors take their pauses. And they've been really, really nice at the Red Bull Theater Company. They've been great. Well, I mean, I won, along with like 5 other playwrights, this contest, this thing of hundreds and hundreds of playwrights send in their plays for this thing called the Short New Play Festival. They've been doing it for years. And Red Bull is a pretty, I mean, we're not talking about like a roundabout or the Vineyard, but they're a very respectable, known entity off Broadway. As a matter of fact, this past Monday, excuse me, our Tony-winning friend of the Daverhood, Andre DeShields, I know, I had to clear my throat. Andre DeShields starred in a one-night benefit reading of Ben Jonson's Volpone with a few other, like Peter Francis James was in there and Christine Nielsen. I mean, you know, serious theater people. I don't know, they don't always start in 3 or 6 week runs of shows at this company, but for a night or two, you know, they're making themselves available to be part of what Red Bull does. So it's nice. It's something of an honor to have my play chosen.
Yeah, but I'm sure all the people who didn't get it would be very happy to be sitting where you're sitting.
Are you kidding me? I submitted a play to them almost every year over the past decade to this festival, because they don't accept unsolicited whatever, but for this festival they do. So they come out with a call and they say, okay, it's time for the Short New Play Festival, and our theme this year is such and such. It's tragedy. Our theme this year is marriage, or whatever the theme would be. And because the theater company specializes and deals mainly only with classics and reworkings of classic texts, from everything from like the Jacobeans and the Greeks and Shakespeare and restoration plays and things like that. So it had to fit within their mode of what they do and kind of touch on whatever their theme for that festival would be. And so, I'd see the call for plays, and my first instinct is, I don't have time for this. I don't I can't think of anything. And then it would ruminate in my head for a day or two, and like, oh, what the hell? It's 10 minutes. And I write one, and I really like it. I polish it, I get it great, and then I submit it, and then I get the thank you very much, but no thank you. One of the other 500 people who submitted to this festival, they got in. You didn't, but nice try. And a couple of years ago, I did have a play reach finalist status, which was really nice. It meant nothing. You get no money, you get no attention, you get no press releases, you get nothing, just a nice letter that's somewhere in my email somewhere that says, hey, I think it was Special Ed, which I spelled Special OED for Oedipus, because it was a mock comic thing of Oedipus Rex.
I don't get it. Potato doesn't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. There's a no.
Potato's thinking it was Special Oed. I didn't get the. I still don't. Potato's like that, but wait, you know what? I think Potato needs to be part of that.
You gotta get your cling clang too. Get your cling clang.
What is that? What? Oh, I left it here. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, I left these things. I'm back. So, and Potato's here with me. I thought it was a Greek show about a special ood. No, I don't even. So, it was nice. I'm a finalist. Did the play get produced? Anything? No. As a finalist, thank you very much. It's like this little spur, this little prickle that you get that says, keep writing. Someday, after 30-something years, something may happen. And so each year, I would have less and less hope and impetus to submit a play to these people. Because, it's what it takes, hours and hours and hours and hours, and you need inspiration. And I'm like, what the, and I get the email, and I almost just summarily dismiss it. But out of the corner of my eye, I'd be like, okay, what do they want? And what's the theme for this year? All right, fuck them, goodbye. And then 2 days later, where's that email? And then 3 days later, it's like, all right, let me see if I can drum something up. And I would usually come up with a play I really, really like. And maybe they liked it too, but not enough. Not more than 6 or 8 of the other plays that they picked. This particular year, as I mentioned last week, I hit the nail on the head. So I wrote a play that I'm very proud of, and I kind of knew in my guts when this one was finished that, if they don't, it's a very long shot for you to get to be produced out of hundreds of shows. But if this doesn't even make like the first tier, I'm just quit. The hell with them. The hell with playwriting. I'm done. Because it was that.
You do that after everything you do because you don't have the wherewithal.
Yeah.
That's normal for you.
But this particular time, I just had an inkling that I ticked all the boxes perfectly, right? I wrote a play that was relevant to what's going on because it's called Restoration Playhouse. I will tell you again if you haven't watched the past few weeks. It has to do with a tiny off Broadway theater under some other building where they've been silent for months because of the pandemic, and they've just gotten word that they're going to be allowed to reopen, albeit with like a quarter of their normal audience, because this was back. I wrote this before the whole idea of, yes, we'll reopen theaters. There'll be distance, but with full capacity for Broadway and off. I started this back in probably December or January. And at that time, it was like, okay, they'll reopen off theaters first, but instead of allowing 50 people in, they'll allow like 15 people in. And that's how they'll be able to start. And the only way theaters like that can make money is because they're from donations and grant funding anyway. They don't make their bones just on people coming in the door and paying $15-20 to get in. So I'm like, okay, that's my scenario. They've gotten the word that they can reopen the theater, right? That's been closed for months on end. But they have to do it in certain parameters to fit New York State's protocols in terms of the pandemic. So A, really relevant. B, it's a theater show for theater people, which is only because what else do theater people write about, or what else do we know? Yeah, I used to have a friend of a friend who would complain, I stopped going to the theater because every goddamn show I was seeing was about a writer or a theater. I'm like, what about writing plays about people who have real jobs and real lives and something else?
Yes.
And I kind of understand
what about writing a play about academics?
There are, but not as many as about playwrights and blocked playwrights.
What does that prove for truth?
Yeah, but it's true. I get that. I'm sort of like, oh, it's another play about theater people,
because
right?
People only write what they know.
Yeah, and you're supposed to. Well, they tell you when you go to theater school. It's not the easiest thing, but how are you going to write about a safari in Africa?
Well, you can't write about flying a plane or something.
Right, but if you've been writing
getting
plays,
him a Seuss.
What? Sorry.
Or getting him a Seuss.
Yeah, right.
You'd have to do too much research.
Yeah. Okay. So, thank you. You have to know. You don't have to know, because I've written plays about God knows what. But when you're first trying out, they recommend that you write from some level of experience. If you can't think of anything else,
That's sad.
So a lot of people write shows about the theater or plays and playwrights. And so tick that box. Actors and it's juicy. They get to play people in the theater, people that they know. That box is ticked. And I ticked the box in terms of restoration, because the word of the season, the one that they wanted for this festival, because every year they choose a different word. It's like, this year it's revenge. Next year it'll be comedy. They'll pick some word that they want all the plays of the festival to be themed around. Well, I named the damn play Restoration Playhouse. Plus, since they're a classically themed theater company, they do and deal with Restoration-era plays. Fine. And so I thought, what would make this even cuter is to do it in rhymed verse style. And I've written material like that before. I'm not just a songwriter, but the play that I wrote that got me my master's degree a million years ago back at NYU was a Moliere style farce in rhyme verse. So I've been there, I've done it, I've used rhyme verse and other things. And so that'll tick their box right as restoration. Sure. So I'm just delicately ticking every box that they could possibly want, because it's about restoring the theater in New York, in America, to some level, hopefully, of where it was before the pandemic. So when I submitted this play, I figured, I've got it. This is, if they don't like this one, for their needs, for a 10-minute classic style play that hits on many facets of the idea of and the word restoration, right? That deals also with theater, that is also a very fun and positive idea of coming out of a pandemic and creating theater again, which is a very popular thing right now for playwrights and dancers and actors to want to do. So I send this in, and about a month ago now, I got the email, hey, you're a finalist. The same one I got for special ed. You're a finalist from the short new play festival of the Red Bull Theater Company. And I'm like, okay, all right, thank you. It'll keep me going, as a playwright for a bit longer. This idea that something I wrote, someone's going to pay attention to. And I don't know if I was disappointed or understanding of the fact, especially a couple of weeks ago, that the festival this year is virtual. Because a part of me was like, oh, cool, I'll get to be in a theater again. I'll watch people doing my play. I'll have that sense. But no, it's a one-night benefit. I'm hoping they'll keep the video and make it available for streaming afterwards, at least to me. But I don't know if they will. It might just be a one-night thing. But all right, at least they chose it, and they might do it, right? It's a finalist. Ooh. And then a couple more, and amazingly enough, I still had that inner inkling in my tum-tum of saying, yeah, this has a really good shot. I know I received a form letter from the theater's or a literary director, or not the artistic director, but the literary manager. And it was a very nice, very complimentary letter. Even though it probably a form letter, I almost felt from it a sense of, I got a shot. This may actually happen. Combined with my feeling when I first sent them the play that this is it. I'm going to get this. Well, wouldn't you know, just about 3-4 weeks ago, I got the next letter back saying, we're very happy to announce that your play has been chosen among the, I'm like, oh, this, and it's been, let me tell you something, what this year has been, still dealing with haven't sat in a restaurant in a year and a half, haven't been, of course, to the theater, haven't been to Manhattan since March of 2020. The year started with my uncle, who was long estranged from the family, but the uncle that I grew up with, he was smashed to death by a cop, of all people, slamming into him as the cop was responding to a call out in, it was either Florida or the Carolinas. So a week into the new year, my uncle's dead, and his girlfriend, who I never met. A couple more weeks into the new year, my father dies, right? Not unexpected and something of a blessing, but holy shit, right? So that happens this year. Friends of ours, one has a car accident, another, loses her one of her pets, right? I mean, just one after another. The son of someone that I know was in a motorcycle accident and essentially killed. I've got another who's in, this is an elective thing. I've got another, I can actually say that. Refuah Shlema to my Aunt Esther, who's gotten a new hip. I mean, she's suffering with it, and she's in a rehab facility for a while, but, she's been in pain for a long, long time, hoping this will help a lot. So, I mean, that's been The year. Did I leave anything? Any other horrors? Any other?
Your rash?
Well, I haven't really talked about that much on. So yeah, and I've been coping with either a dermatitis or eczemal, or I don't even know what the hell, systemical. Not you. You can touch me. It's not catching, but I do get these little breakout pimply things. So I've been dealing with that. I've been dealing with all of this. It's been a year, right? It's been a year for all of us. I get that,
Yeah.
but it's been particularly in terms of death, in terms of tragedies and near tragedies around me. It's like it's been a year.
Yeah, but
So-
it's like Cohen, right? You want it darker?
I don't want it darker.
No, but I'm telling you, it's not. That's life, honey. Life will be like that.
Well,
It's
part of it's death.
yeah, but life and death are the same thing.
Yeah.
Death is a continuum of life. It's the end of life.
Well,
And
yeah,
these are normal things that happen.
right. But they hadn't. I hadn't lost a parent until this year, right?
Well,
So,
that was just,
so it's been a year. So to get these emails of a
You're
good
happy.
thing, of like, oh, congratulations, you're a finalist. Oh, congratulations. What? Sorry?
Do you need your toothbrush?
No, I'm in a happy mood.
Oh, okay.
That's the
It's hard
point. I'm
tell.
trying to
It's
say
hard tell.
that it's been such a shit year until like one little thing,
You got your validation, external validation.
which is what I need. I need more than anything else. I need people telling me you're talented.
You're
That's
talented.
funny. Thank you,
That's
dear.
funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 And I get that from doing this video show, this radio show, this podcast for all these years. But not in if millions of people were watching this and sending me emails saying, "Yeah, that was a funny show. You're pretty funny. That was good." I don't know if I'd ever actually be happy, but I'd be happier. But if I get a couple of dozen people telling me they like the show, it suffices to an extent.
If you get a thumbs up emoji, you're happy.
If I do, yeah, because you're feeding the beast. You're feeding my craving to be accepted as a talented, funny person.
Of course.
Okay, so right now, you can all just put big smiley faces and happy googly eyes and thumbs up and things. But to get like someone at a theater company that deals with classic style
Yeah,
plays,
these are professional people. They're a very professional company.
right? To say, oh yeah, you really are talented, and your play was so good and so right for us that we're going to do it.
Can you ask them how many people?
What?
Can you ask them? Can you ask them?
What?
Why this is in here? Can you ask them how many people were selected?
Well, I know the call was what for the festival. They commission two well-known playwrights to write two plays. So even before the thing happens,
No. Do you know how many people that you were selected from?
no, I honestly don't know. I don't know if they ever put that out. I do know that I'm one of 6
But that's what I would
winners
like to know.
out of, I'm sure, hundreds. Well, no, I'm not sure. I'm sure dozens. There's probably
I'm
hundreds,
sure there
possibly
might be
thousands.
because it's all over the
Yeah, because
world.
everybody's been home writing. What else you do? So, but here's the deal. So I'm thrilled, and I get the wonderful letter saying, "Yep, we're going to do your show. We're looking forward to it." And they even ask, and this is so nice, like if you had, and I talked about this last week, if you had your dream cast of like famous actors, just shoot the moon. Not that they're going to get them, but so that they have an idea of what's in your head and what types you're thinking of for those roles. So I wrote that in. I mentioned, oh well, if you get Tyne Daly for this and Daniel Breaker for that. Fine.
Oh, you got to pick your character. Didn't you get to have character picks? I mean, actor picks or actor?
Well, I don't. Again, I don't get to choose the actual actors in any way, shape, or form that the theater will choose. But the literary guys said, hey, if you were, what's his name?
Cast.
Who's the disgrace? If you were Scott Rudin before he fell from grace, which meant that you could make a phone call and have any actor you wanted to. Whom would you cast
Yeah.
in your show? And they do this to all the playwrights just to say, okay, so here it is, and okay, Michael McGraw or Nathan Lane, and Tyne Daly or so, and that was fun. And then the next, and also I find out this week the director of my show, and I see the name, I'm like, okay, they didn't get Jerry Zaks, they didn't get whoever else, Daniel Sullivan. somebody I've never heard of. And then I check the guy's credits. And then I check the guy's website. And I see what he's been doing.
He holds a teddy bear, so that's
Well, he's a fellow named Timothy Douglas.
that makes him perfect.
Timothy Douglas. He's got a great website. And he literally, his headshot, well, it's more than a body shot, on the front of his website is him holding an adorable little teddy bear. So immediately Joyce saw that and said, yes, absolutely. Because who takes pictures holding stuffed, fluffy objects?
I'm putting it in the thing.
There it is. It's a lovely shot, too. He seems like a sweetheart.
Facebook, okay? Can I say David's director?
Yes. Yeah. And the thing is, if you go to the site, and you scroll down to his directing credits, holy crap. I mean, this guy has done every possible regional theater, from like Milwaukee Rep to, and of course now I'm blanking, but just Yale Rep and just one after another. He's a black guy, so he has over 25 years directed every possible black play there was, including I think one of the August Wilson premieres before it came to Broadway. He directed and just again and again, Proclage and musicals too. The Color Purple 20 times. Just yeah, and his resume just goes, and he's also done Shakespeare and O'Neill. So I see immediately that he's not only got these long list of credits, but a background in dealing with language, because my play is about nothing also about the joy of language and rhyme and cadence.
Somebody who can do Shakespeare to do it.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's very hard.
It is in no way, shape, or form as dense or amazing as Shakespeare, but it's not just regular, common daily speech. It's rhymed verse and very particular in the way it's done. So I'm like, oh, this guy can handle it.
I put it in the chat, honey.
Thank you, babe. Thank you. Joyce, if you want to check this guy's name is Timothy Douglas.
Yeah,
Timothy Douglas.
Yeah, put it on your thing, honey.
And we haven't spoken yet. We've traded very nice emails with each other. And that's the thing. He's saying, look, I'm happy to talk to you next week. I'm looking forward to it. I'm also unbelievably slammed because now theater's opening up all over America. I've got like 8 shows on my plate that I'm dealing with, which is the underside of that is like, you're a little 10-minute piece of shit. I'm going to squeeze in on a weekend. All right, I get it. It's a reading. I hope it's not a reading. I hope they perform. I hope they at least memorize it. But it'd probably be a Zoomy. I don't know. I honestly don't know if they're going to Zoom the thing or actually do it and make it part of a benefit, but the actors will actually do. I don't know.
Yeah, they probably don't know either based on what they're thinking.
I mean, I'm sure the director knows. I'm sure Timothy knows. I should start calling him Timothy, shouldn't I? Timbo. I need a nickname for him now. Timaroo. The Tim Meister.
No,
The Tim Man.
I think he's bigger than all those.
Timma.
He's massive.
He's
I would call him Teddy because of the teddy bear.
Teddy Bear. Don't put that in my head because I'll start doing it.
What? But I'm sure people call him Ted or Teddy because he's holding a
Teddy Bear. Yeah. Well, anyway, he seems like a nice guy. He certainly has the cred.
He's got a expertise in like complex language. And that's
Bingo.
What we need.
Bingo.
Personally, I would not want to be an actor because I couldn't remember those words.
Really?
I'm not an actor. I could remember like end rhyme and the one where you do all the plays and the shows. That's hard. Like you say, this one in Cats and this one in this and this one in that and that's killer. Whoever's got that one, I pity them.
Actually, the end rhyme helps usually.
No, but all those shows you got to remember like this one in Jersey Boy. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah. But so all that's amazing, and I'm very excited. And reminding you, July 12th. I think it's 7 or 7:30 in the evening. Log on. It'll be Red Bull Theater Company. I'm assuming that you have to pay a little something. Maybe it's all donation based. So if you're cheap like me, maybe you can just get a code and get in for free. But support the company. They're supporting me. This is nice.
You'll figure it out. We can post it on your show, on your Facebook.
But the funniest part of all this, and the thing that also set off my week, right, had to do with what I was discussing this last week when I was talking about Restoration Playhouse, my play. And I said, the only thing that I felt a little bit, not uneasy about, but felt a little bit of because Joyce as she has said, everything about me and my family is negative. We're completely, like we always see the downside. We don't want to see the glass half full because we're afraid that somebody will come over and tip over the glass and spill out everything. So it's better to see half full than to have joy and have it smashed.
I think you're very, your energy is negative.
Yeah, I have a negative energy. I want to see the downside of things so that I'm not disappointed.
You're trying to change.
Well, yes and no. So last week, when I wanted to see the downside of having my play chosen for the Red Bull Theater Company and having it accepted and having it liked, because what do we want to be respected, we want to be liked. Right? But I said, much as I love this play, much as I knew when I finished it, when I sent it in, that, yeah, I ticked all those boxes, that it's a little tame for me. It's not the dark, I don't slip in anything really dark or mean. I don't have something really ugly happen in a comical or sick, absurdist way, as I have in so many of my plays. I have a play that is a comedy called Candide that won an award many years ago, that was produced many years ago. And it is a satire of, it's cue from Voltaire's Candide and makes it much, much darker. It resets the whole thing in the Holocaust years, and it just follows a very naive young man and who thinks that, that we're in the greatest of all possible worlds. And the play takes him through, showing that the world could not possibly be more cruel and horrible and destroying of people, right? And in a funny, sick, comical way. Ha 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 ha. It's as dark as comedy gets. That's me. Or my humor is incredibly sick. And also I love toilet humor. So the two, I do. I run another play called Cupid in Reverse that I just love. It's a one-act play I finished just earlier this year. And it revels in bathroom humor, because I do. And I would love to see that play. It's called Cupid in Reverse.
I never read it.
You read it last week, or you're skimming through it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, and it's all about this young couple. They're trying to have a romantic, 1-month anniversary date. But in the table next to them at the restaurant are two guys who almost seem like they're deliberately talking about the most disgusting possible things. So every time the couple's trying to have something, sweet together, these two guys next to them are just, every topic, the way they talk about it, just unprecedented, disgusting vulgarity and so forth. I would love to see that played out. But that's and I don't hold back when I do that kind of playmaking. Or when I do it on this show, or I write a parody song that's really filthy and horrible. Or the Colorado Limerick of the Dam. There isn't the filter. It's just like, I think this is funny, or this is coming from my gut somewhere. There it is. That's me. As opposed to Restoration Playhouse, when I was writing it, I felt, well, this is a little more hopeful than I tend to be in my soul, in my personal life. And the jokes, the people that I'm kidding, and it makes fun of wokeness, it makes fun of BIPOC, it makes fun of theater, it makes fun of theater critics, it makes fun of landlords, it makes fun of, it just goes, but everyone that's poked at is poked at in sort of a gentle, loving way, so that it would never remotely offend anybody. And I almost feel like that's something of a cheat for someone like me. And so, I'm gonna, this whole thing of when theater directors and writers and actors try to explode modern theater decades ago. Because they say, well, all these audiences, they're 60, 70-year-old Jews, and they sit there and they love to see themselves kidded gently. And even they like to have their ideas and their beliefs prodded a little bit, but then ultimately sort of confirmed. And that's what they go to, and that's what they love. And if you give them that, they will throw money at you, and they will fill the L'Enfant Theater. They'll fill the Helen Hayes. They will fill, the August Wilson Theater, any of them.
But I think, don't you think everybody wants something new? And I think everybody likes to be pushed a little, but not shocked out of their comfort zone.
Right. So then you get, of course, the playwrights, like I was in my teens and 20s, who are like, you have to shock people. You have to bring them out of their, you need the film directors like Godard and, what's that guy's name? The Danish, I think, or the Scandinavian director.
Bergman?
Well, Bergman back in his day, but more
Yeah.
recently, the one who did Funny Games and Peter Haneke, those kinds of folks who's just like, we're going to tear this away, and you're not going to have a pleasant time seeing it in the theater watching or in a movie theater watching this. And you had the playwrighs too. You had the Ionescos, and you had the Becketts, and you had the folks who were saying, pleasant middle class life confirmed in a gently kidding way.
Yeah.
No, rip! And a little bit of healing. Right? I believe in that. I believe in a little bit of healing. But Restoration Playhouse is essentially all cute, sweet healing, even though it very gently mocks.
But the language is,
What? I'm not saying that this isn't a competent thing, but there's a part of me that almost feels like the difference between like Russian art before the revolution and Russian art after. Like you go to a museum and what were the paintings then, and then what was specifically commissioned by the Moscow
So you have freedom
Duma.
to write, or you're not going to be censured.
No. I could have written something, perhaps, if it had been in my head, darker, heavier, meaner. It wouldn't have gotten chosen. I might not have liked it as much. It might not have been I'm using this word very advisedly. It's not as perfect a show, but it may have been a little bit more, at least me, as opposed to my front face of saying, "Oh, this is a play that people are going to love, people are going to do, and it's sweet." And the people were being joked about is, "Oh, that's me."
I think, David, I think you're naive to think that you only can write one note.
Yeah.
I don't think it's not you. I think it's one aspect of you.
Right. I think that's fair.
It's not like you're one note. Like if you produce all potty humor that's like Holocaust based or like self-hating plays, that's one note.
Yeah.
But if you do something in rhyme that's more like Free and Blue,
Triple Wedding, yeah.
then it's another part of you. And if you do blind date or if you do Blame Me, they're all umbrella. They're in the David umbrella.
They are.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But even Blame Me was Blame Me, which is a very short one-act play.
Hostile. Yeah, there was hostility.
No.
And so was Blind Date. There was hostility.
Oh, Blind Date was really hot. Blind Date was. She's talking about another one-act play I wrote years ago. That is my most produced play, and they did it in India about 4 years ago. It's wonderful. Chennai. But I had already revised that play because the last third made no sense to me. When I read it back 10 years later, like, what was in my head? What the hell was I writing? I made it much, and I made it more, I made it better, I really do think. But I also made it more palatable. Because I had changed. I wasn't the same person I was when I wrote that show when I was in my early 20s. I was slightly less of a misogynist, just slightly. So, and you're talking about Blame Me. Blame Me was a cheat. Blame Me is a very short one-act play that I wrote because years and years ago I saw there was a gay theater festival, right? A gay one-act play festival. And I'm like, well, I'm not gay, but the only plays I see getting done by anybody are gay. Let me write a gay play. And let me just write one as if, or the character, the lead, is patient zero. And I wrote it from his perspective, knowing really, not that I know that much more now, but certainly back then I knew nothing about gay culture and nothing about gay life, gay people, except people I was tangentially going to the theater with or knew from theater critics and things. So, okay. So, and of course, they did it. They chose it. They liked it. But I was sort of like, okay. That didn't come out of me. That was specifically written like, they need a gay play. All right, I'll give them one. Nothing to do with me. Even though, of course, there's bits of me in that character, as there will be in every character. It's just not minority bits in that character. So, but here's the deal. I'm excited about all this. I'm the director and everything else, but I also I spoke last week about the tameness aspect. That, as Joyce says, it is a very legitimate aspect of me what comes out in this play, but it's not quite my usual stuff because there's nothing in it that anybody could find offensive or dark or really like. It's not about being offensive. It's about really putting the knife in and saying, "Oh, this person's a hypocrite," or "This person says this, does that. This person is really full of it," so forth. Which that's what a playwright really has to do when they're doing their work. And amazingly enough, I get a very, very delicately worded letter from the literary manager, who's among the people I'm sure who chose my play. And he said, "Love your play, it's hilarious, it's wonderful, but there's one line." There's one line that you might think, you might possibly, perhaps, in your little guggy gut heart of hearts, that may just possibly cross the line from enjoyably spoopy, satirical, ha ha ha, to slightly crossing the line, uncomfortableness. Okay? And I'm like, oh boy, it's a 10-minute freaking play, one of the tamest things I've ever written. How on earth does anybody find something in a line in this play that could make audiences go, which is what I usually want from parts of every play I write, right? And I couldn't even think. I was like, what? And so the line is a capper on a monologue, they're all short, it's a short play, short monologue that the theater critic and journalist gives. Here's the deal. I told you the setup of the play. It's the artistic director and the stage manager of this little nothing theater company in downtown Manhattan. They're got news that they're going to reopen, and they have to deal with three people basically immediately. The landlord, who hasn't been paid in months because he owns the whole structure. A woman who generally keeps them going. She is a rich widow who donates to their not-for-profit, and they she gives them money, so she has to be well attended to. And then there's also a theater critic journalist who's writing for, I think, Variety, one of the major entertainment papers, and doing a profile of all these theaters that are reopening. So he wants to do a profile of them, and he'll be reviewing their shows when they start doing them, so they have to coddle him, and he wants a scoop, and he wants to know, well, what are you going to do? And each one of the points of the play is that each of these three people has his or her own idea of what theater should be, of what they miss in the theater, of what their favorite thing of going to the end. They're tired of this, but they really want to see more of that. So the landlord, he's thinking of things that'll bring in more money and more popular entertainments and immersive stuff. And the widow, she just remembers the old days when her husband would take her to all these shows, and she would go with him and see everything and all the musicals 5 times. However, the critic, the journalist, who's more the artsy person, he wants to see something that's wild and crazy and new, and most importantly, in tune with the times of being super inclusive of BIPOC and Black, Hispanic, gay, trans, questioning gender, this, that, it can be anything except normal status quo theater as, Broadway and off-Broadway have known it for decades and decades. And so this particular person has a monologue, the critic does, of saying, okay, explode everything, and giving, I think, very funny examples of, this play that is traditionally done with all black characters, do them with albinos. This is do this with this. And it becomes increasingly ridiculously absurd until he gets to a line about fat quadriplegics dancing in the whiz. Right? Which, it's so ridiculous at that point because, of course, you're not going to put quadriplegics in a dance musical. The closest we've gotten was 2 years ago. They had a girl in a wheelchair playing in Oklahoma on Broadway. But, fat quadriplegics dance in the whiz is one of his ideas of blowing up the idea of what we traditionally think of as theater. So, and this comes after a list of other absolutely ridiculous ideas of what could happen if we explode all ideas of what a person should look like, gender-wise, age-wise, physical, mental capacity-wise, in doing traditional shows. And the literary manager writes back to me and says, "That lying." And he didn't, by the way. And this still, I will ask him at some point. This still intrigues me to this day. What was the offensive part?
That's the first thing you should have asked. What's the offensive part?
Well, I didn't want to. This man was nice enough to tell me that I wasn't going to start an email chain.
No, I would say like
this.
which word should I? What's the?
Yeah, I should have said, "Is it The Wiz?" Because Michael Jackson was in the movie, and Michael Jackson touched kids.
Was the Wiz the Flop?
Yeah. Well, was it the? Well, no. The Wiz was a very popular. I think it won the Tony. It was a very popular musical, but the idea of fat quadriplegics dancing in it, it's just you can see them singing there like, they could probably talk. Ease on down the road, ease on down. So all right, but I didn't know. I still don't know whether the offensive part was quadriplegics, because that's can't make fun of a handicap, right? Or what do they call a different ability? What's the word?
It's ableism. I mean, that's
disableism.
Differently
really.
able. I mean, people with different abilities,
right?
We all have different abilities. So,
but a quadriplegic cannot dance. I can't dance. Don't ask me. Can't dance. Right? So, I don't know if that's the part that was the problem, or if like one of the last bastions of things you can make fun of is sizeism. If the fat part was the problem. Quadriplegics is okay, because the idea of quadriplegics dancing, I get it, they can't. But fat is just like, it's making fun of people, it's a physical thing, it's not nice. Well, I did not know. He just said this line might, some of our reviewers of the play thought that this line might perhaps cross the line. I'm like, okay. And Joyce is immediately warning me, look, Dave, don't, you're the type who will just say, you do my play word for word, or fuck you, don't give your prize to someone else. That never occurred to me, by the way.
No, you did it when you with Richmond, when they did Shalom Down.
Well, that wasn't more, that was just me in the dumps. Joyce is referring to our first night when Rabbi Sol Solomon was doing the play that we wrote together, Shalom Damn It, and it didn't go well. It was too long, and there were some problems, and the audience was, I just felt a flop on my hands. And then the guy who owned the theater, my late friend Richmond Shepard, gave us all these directives. I said, you do this by tomorrow night. And I'm like, oh, come on, you're cutting it to shreds, and the show doesn't work. And it's just like, let's just pull the plug now and taking off life support. And instead, I said, all right, what have I got to lose? I'll listen to him. And we made all the changes that he suggested. And the next night we had a hit. That's theater. That is theater. So, so in this case, I wasn't going to cut off my nose to spite my face. I'm going to be like, okay, all right. But I started thinking, it's either fat or quadriplegic. One of those words is the problem. I'm going to guess in our modern thing that it's fat. So I'm going to take that and go, what do I replace it with? And, I'm like, well, how do I change this line? And then immediately my first thing, blind quadriplegics, which is actually funnier. And still scans is like, blind quadriplegics will dance in the wind, because it's even more ridiculous and more absurd. Because fat people can dance, blind people would have a bit more of a problem moving around, if they could move around, but they can't because they're quadriplegics. Blind quadriplegics will, and I'm about to mail it, and then I'm like, because the mind goes, and then it occurred to me, wow, I've actually forgotten the line that I did come up with after that.
Autistic.
Thank you. And I'm like, wait a minute. Let me have something that will give the actor a little even more to play with verbally. That is still ridiculous, probably depending on who you are, either more or less offensive than blind. And I came up with, the first time I came up with dyslexic. Dyslexic autistics will dance in the whiz. But then I would have used that one if I could have added another line of saying at that point the show would be called The Zoo. But I couldn't fit that in. I find that really funny. That's funny. Dyslexic because they would call it The Zoo, Z-I-W, instead of The Whiz. Oh, for God's sakes.
The Zoo?
Yes. Dyslexic autistics will dance in the whiz. Because they're dyslexic, so it would be the zoo. Ease on down the door.
Oh.
Oh, for God's sakes. Anyway.
Yeah, that's funny.
The Cowardly Noel. Some of you are going, oh no, and some of you are laughing like crazy like I am at this, right? Okay, so, the Knit Man. Diaroth. Okay, you get it. All right, so maybe I should go with dyslexic. But no, instead I went with autistic dyslexics. No, autistic quadriplegics will dance in the whiz, which I'm not as crazy about scan-wise because fat quadriplegics will dance in the whiz has a certain boom, boom, boom. But this meter-wise gives the actor like autistic quadriplegics will dance in the whiz because he's built up to this moment. He's been listing all these things. And certainly the most ridiculous, the worst one, autistic quadriplegics will dance on the wind. And then I had in my head the idea of like people not only who are quadriplegic, but with autism. And autistic people can dance. It's not as crazy as blind people. So I'm happy to work with my director, Timothy Douglas, on that line. If they want to go with blind, I'm fine with it. Dyslexic is also funny. I would go with that, even if I can't make the zoo joke. But at the moment, I wrote back to the guy. I wrote back to the manager and I said, okay, I said, I appreciate that can't have been an easy letter for you to write to me. Nobody wants to suddenly write to an author like, can you change this line?
But that's what these people do, write directors and such.
Well, it's part of, and it's not like we need you to change this line. Or this line offended me, or so-and-so, it must be changed, or we won't do your show. It was a very, you might want to think about this. Some people expressed concern that. And I wrote back, I said, thank you for a very, not cautiously, but a very thoughtfully written letter that cannot have been easy to write. But I did think, and I said, how, and of course this will raise my hackles. Of being someone who is always on the lookout for being, censored or that's put out for being woke or non-woke or something. As I said, if you read any of my plays, you'll know that not offending people is something I don't really think about. Right? However, I told him, yes, you can change the line. Here's the new one. Autistic quadriplegics will dance in the whiz.
Did he ever write back?
He never wrote back. So either he accepted it, right, or he took it back to committee, or he felt like maybe he thought my solution was an insult. He might have thought, I wanted you to change the word quadriplegic. You left that in there, and you made fat worse by turning him into autistic. So this I don't know. I guess I'll find out at some point. Well, or I might find out from some point from the director, from Timothy.
Maybe that's the next round, yeah.
But so now the mystery begins. Now you have another reason to watch my play when it goes up on July 12th, because you're going to get to that line, right? You've heard me talk about it now for the last half hour. You're going to get to that line. You say, oh, it's coming. It's going to be fat, blind, autistic, or dyslexic. And of course, the hilarious meta conversation is, why is one of those more or less offensive than the other? That's the real joke of it. If I'm out there, and in previous stanzas, by the way, I don't have the play in front of me, but in the rest of that monologue, I'm making fun of all sorts of other things and other disabilities and other problems and weirdnesses and changes and the things that make us different and the things that make us strange. But that particular one, why? And when you get into that meta conversation, you see how absurd the whole thing is to begin with. That's my point. That's what that's what my next play should be about. The absurdity of when we go down these roads of, well, making fun of white people doing an all-black play or something like that. Fine, but black people doing a white play, not so fun. And you go down these rungs, as it were. And so at what point, when do you build those walls? When do you sort of say, aha, yes, 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 maybe, no, maybe, yes, no, maybe no. It was like last week when we were doing our Greeley Crimes Old Times, which is a segment we will have this week, Greeley Crimes Old Times. And there was a story about a girl who, I forget what she did. She had shot somebody accidentally 100 years ago. This is like 1921. And so it made the paper. She shot somebody. And, and she was 13 years old. And she accidentally shot her, 16-year-old stepson. And he said the child bride had her gun. I was like, and your head explodes at that moment. The girl's 13. And you remember that back then, only 100 years ago, 13 was consensual. She was married, right? Not even sexually active, but married and raising a son older than her. Yes. And now, though, if, a 20-year-old boy has sex with a 17-year-old girl, it's statutory rape. How do we get from that to here in the same culture, in the same society?
Lifespan increased.
Lifespan increased. Maturity obviously took a lot longer to.
People actually were in school, so they couldn't, they had to finish school.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, it's sort of like, how did, if anybody even touches or thinks about 13-year-olds, it's like, back then, it's like, what, she's 14 and she's not married yet?
My great-grandmother.
We need children for the farm, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they did that years ago. It doesn't mean,
What? What doesn't it mean? What does it mean?
What do you...
I'm talking about the mores, the things that we choose to be offended with today or worry about today weren't even blips 20 years ago and won't be blips 20 years from now.
Society advances, right? People advance.
Is it always an advancement?
It always is an advancement.
Anywho, speaking of advancement, we need to advance to the next segment of this video show, this radio show, this podcast, my friends. Dave's gone by. Our 803rd episode, my friends. So there's, speaking of theater, speaking of plays, there's a new play called Tiny House that is going to be done at the Westport Country Playhouse. It's going to be opening their 90th season at this theater. And so what's kind of exciting about that, besides opening the 90th season of something, is that our guest is a longtime actor and director. He's actually on the faculty of the University of Delaware and helped found that theater company there. So there's so much more to learn about Michael Gotch. And guess what? We're going to learn it from him directly because Michael Gotch is in the Daverhood and he's going to be talking to Rabbi Sol Solomon, a theater guy himself, in just a moment. Let's hear a little bit about his play, Tiny House.
How to build a tiny house. Virtual production. First, we begin with the actors. Then, we add their voices.
Maybe we pull back slightly on the apocalyptic pessimism.
Don't knock apocalyptic pessimism. Who doesn't love a good apocalypse every now and then?
Sprinkle in some atmosphere. And next, we'll add the house in its forest paradise. Make sure to watch the finished production of Tiny House, streaming June 29th.
Happy birthday to...
I've got to use longer intros, my friends. Well, ladies and gentlemen, shalom. Damn it. This is your old pal, Rabbi Sol Solomon. What are you doing?
Adjust your shawl.
I'm adjusting my shawl, my tallis here. That's better. Oh, now I feel more rabbinical. Rabbi Sol Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. And how delighted I am and thrilled to be talking to a writer, an actor, a director as well. He is on the faculty at the University of Delaware. I don't even know where the hell Delaware is. It's somewhere in America. He founded or helped co-found the Rep there, which is the theater company at there. But he's been at Milwaukee Repertory Theater, South Coast Rep. He was actually nominated for a Chicago Jeff Award, and he's teaming up with a director that he's worked with before, a major dude, Mark Lamos, who directed this man's play Starter Pistol in Oregon. But now there's another play. It's called Tiny House. It's a dark comedy, and they are doing it to open the 90th season of Westport Country Playhouse. He's coming to us from what looks like a country sort of a place. His name is Michael Gotch. We gotcha on the show. Welcome and shalom to you.
Hey, shalom. How are you?
I'm good. Well, me with my prostate, you don't want to know. But how are you? You're looking good. You're a handsome fella. How you doing?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, it's early, so I guess I'm happy that I look okay for this. I'm out at my parents' house, actually. I haven't seen them for a year and a half because of COVID. And I finally, after we were able to be, given the go-ahead to meet with people again in person, I came out. They live right outside of Chicago in kind of the Dunes National Lake Shore area of Lake Michigan.
Whoa.
So it's kind of a combination, it's 2 for 1. I get to be close to Chicago, but I'm also kind of in the country. So
yeah, I can see that behind that. I wasn't thinking Chicago at all when I saw that window behind. It's beautiful.
Yeah, no, this is just their backyard. I thought it would be a good backdrop for this as opposed to, a white wall. So
well, how long are you staying there? Because are you going to see some Chicago theater such as there is?
Well, I don't know really what's out there. I have so many friends in the Chicago theater scene, and it's where I started before I went out to the East Coast. But, so many people are still in this kind of hybrid of remote versus live. And I don't know, because it's summer too, even in the best of times, there wouldn't be as much theater going on. So I don't know, my answer is too, that sometimes with theater, I'm a little bit like a guy who cooks French fries. You don't usually go out and eat French fries when you cook them all day. So I don't go see as much theater as I am in. But if I hear from any friends of mine that they're doing anything, I would definitely go check something out this summer.
Well, let me ask you also, you're there, for, as you said, for the summer. You're going to hang in Chicago or
a little bit,
yeah, ex-urban. What do they call it? Countryal Chicago.
Yes,
No, but normally you're in Delaware. Delaware is your home base.
Yes, and I teach at the University of Delaware, and but my primary position there is a part of the founding member of the Rep company that is a professional resident company at the university that performs a slate of shows every season. Well,
last season you didn't. Did you just let it go?
I mean, we ended up, we were actually in the middle of a production of The Crucible when we got word that we were going to close down the world. So it was, it was like 6 shows worth. We got our opening night and we did about 5 shows. And then the next day they said, don't bother coming in. We're going to all, lock up our doors and wear masks for a year and a half. So
I bring witchcraft. I do. Yeah, exactly. That was witches. They made that happen. Yeah. Exactly. Because that show is a true story. Just the actual, they were not innocent. All the girls, they were witches. I'm telling you. So, but now I assume you're planning for a brand new full season at the Rep.
Well, we are in a way. We I think for the first half of the year, we're still going to be a remote theater because there is so much reticence about returning to live, at least in our patron base, in our subscribers.
In Delaware? Are there more than 7 people in all of Delaware?
Exactly. Well, it's funny because where we're situated at the very apex of Delaware, right next to, we're at my house. Literally, I can walk outside my house and walk a mile in any direction and be in a different state.
Whoa. So, can you see Canada from your backyard?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Russia, more precisely.
Russia, I'm sorry, yes.
So you've got Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland all in the same place.
Oh,
so
to wake up and see New Jersey. Oh, what a beautiful thing that is.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that actually sounds pretty. I mean, you must live close to the university then.
Yeah, I'm right on not on campus. Luckily, I'm not in a dorm, but but where I live is right. It's also situated right next to a state park. So if you haven't noticed, I really like to be close to the natural world, and this play is no exception. But my
Well,
dog
I
and I,
love the way an actor and a director will sneak in, but I'm talking about something completely different. And my play,
yeah, exactly.
which is called Tiny House,
Yeah.
which is it's going to be virtual. What are the dates on that? When is that
I
running?
think it's June. It premieres June 29th and goes to July 18th. And it's a variety. I think there's a variety of entry points for an audience. I think the main one is the Westport Country Playhouse website, where you can purchase single tickets or whatever. And then I think it's also going to be available via Broadway on demand, but you may want to check that. I don't know.
Well, certainly to find out the information, westportplayhouse.org is the main, is at westportplayhouse.org to buy tickets to see online the play Tiny House, which is, all right, you brought it up. Tell us, is the show about a minuscule domicile? What is it?
It is. And, it came, yes, it is. It's about a young, intrepid couple, the main characters of our story, who go into the wilderness of a sequoia forest in the, ostensibly, it's never named, but it's Northern California, Pacific Northwest, and decide to go off grid after many years of, slogging it out in the big city. And for a variety of reasons, some personal, some familial, some economic, they decide to go off grid and build themselves a tiny footprint home that is our version of Roughing It, I suppose. And, hijinks ensue. There's a group of people who come over for a 4th of July barbecue, and it's all set in, on one day on the 4th of July in this kind of idyllic paradise. And the conflicts between the characters and the family members that come to visit this newfangled way of living.
I mean, as you say, it's a comedy, a little bit of a dark comedy. I don't want to, give it, but it is an amusing time that says something about the way we live and things like that. Have you been? Because I'm kind of curious. You are I don't know if you're cis or not, but you are a white male, right? You don't look Jewish, but in most ways you look normal. So here's the deal: have you felt pressure being in a place like Delaware, which I imagine is not, what is pretty homogeneous? Do you feel pressure now to do more black plays, more plays about things out there and Latinx and have gender?
It gets a little hairy trying to wander through the new terminologies and things, but I think of it less as pressure and more of as an opportunity for us. And I do think that we have tried even before kind of it became something that was a justifiable focus for theaters and the arts to expand and broaden and diversify. I think even before that, we were moving in that direction because our artistic director really understood that there was a lack of that programming, at least proportional to what you were saying, kind of the white patriarchal, whatever word you want to use for it to describe it. So it's kind of a mix right now, but yes, we are broadening the base of material selection, and certainly our company is diverse and tries to incorporate as many guest actors and artists and designers as possible, as I know Mark does up at Westport. So, with this play, it wasn't written so much to be a specific gender or racial grouping. A lot of playwrights, I think these days, at least the ones that I know and are friends with, and the plays that I see, are trying to make everything as, if you're not writing a play about something very, kind of issue based that requires a certain racial makeup of the cast or cultural makeup of the cast, that they're at least writing in a form that allows for the most expansive possibilities in casting. And so as a writer, and I know you write as well, having looked at a bit about you, that you try to open it up so that
more about me, more about me. Yes.
That you try to open it up so that people don't have to read a play and say, well, we can only cast this kind of person in this role. That for me, the most important thing as a writer or as even an actor is finding commonality despite or irrespective of what the person saying it looks like or sounds like, that we can all relate to whatever the universal is that the character is speaking into the ether.
It's
So
because I had so much trouble when I first started writing plays of my own. Every character was Arnold Stang. And since Arnold Stang is long dead, that has been really difficult to cast.
right, or to find an audience that understands who that is, maybe.
But you know.
Yeah.
How do you know who Arnold Stang is?
I don't know.
Oh, you're a sneaky son of a bitch. I see that. Oh, I'm gonna have to be very careful with you.
Yeah.
But you're very diplomatic. I see this also, that as someone who is founding of a theater where you have to appeal to like 80-year-old people who've been subscribing for years up there in the rep to like your students who are now wanting to go see shows that represent them and their ideas. But let me tell you, how did you hook up, as it were, with Mark Lamos? You know, this major dude. I know he directed that other play of yours, Starter Pistol. Was that your first connection or what?
Well, our first connection was actually on Tiny House. Tiny House is technically the first play that I've written, the full length. Starter Pistol was a second full length that he ended up directing most recently. Tiny House was a few years previous. This is a re-premiere, so to speak, in a new format of a play he's already directed. But the way we connected with and for me as a writer was first with me as an actor, and Mark and I met when he directed me in Hamlet.
I have an important bulletin that came through. This was the late great Arnold Stang, the voice of Honey Nut Cheerios Bee, Arnold Stang. There he is.
Excellent. I don't know that I could take a play with 5 of him in it, but maybe.
Oh, I could take a play. Oh.
A dash of that as a seasoning might be just enough for me. But
if I were directing The Color Purple, every character in The Color Purple would be him. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sorry, you were saying
it might have won an Academy Award in that case. You know, how many was it nominated for and didn't win one thing? So
no, I was actually talking about the musical, but there you go. So anywho, I'm sorry to that, but yes, you were saying about Lamos.
Just Mark and I met when he directed me in Hamlet in 2012. At the rep, and so our first foray together in the theater was.
All right, hold on. Actually, time out again. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Hamlet. So a zillion people have done Hamlet.
Yes.
How did you get through? In other words, what was your specific take? What through line did you take for this Denmark depressive
thing? Mine was make sure I knew all the words, and if I could do that, then I feel like I did a good Hamlet. No, it was interesting because Mark and I immediately kind of hit it off in the sense that we were less interested. You think of Hamlet. I happen to think that every Hamlet is both right on the money and completely off. Every Hamlet out there does, I would argue, at least one thing that no other Hamlet has ever done and does it better than any other Hamlet has ever done it. Meaning that the play itself allows for so many different takes on it that you can't help but, it's like, shooting fish in a barrel. There's even in the most underproduced community theater production, if you see it, there will be a moment, I argue, that would be completely illuminating to the character in a way you've never seen before. So I didn't try to get too in my head about what's my take on it. What Mark and I really focused on was what is the, people think about Hamlet being inactive or his inability to act.
Right. Yeah.
I can't do, I can only think. Our take was really that he is very active. He does put in motion an entire set of.
He kills a guy, He
kills many people, I mean, he is indirectly responsible for the death of many people. But the action isn't his problem. The idea, the problem is for him is that the choices he makes along the way are either a day late or a dollar short, and that the passion is never the problem with him. The intellectual capacity is never the problem with him. If anything, he's been cursed with that ability to see so many different facets to every argument that it then becomes a kind of, in a sense, dark comedy of paths not taken and things that should have been done instead of the thing he ends up doing. And the momentum, I think, of what Mark and I tried to give the play, as opposed to kind of settling into the dark, talking to a skull, just ruminating on the yes, exactly, Mr. Potato Head would be even better. That we tried to keep it moving forward all the time, and really, to the point of, there were times in the first act and all the way up through the fake play he puts on, the mousetrap to catch Claudius in
Conscience of the King, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That I thought, Mark, are we going too fast? It was like just drive. And for me, it was the most illuminating kind of approach to that play that I'd ever been around. I'd seen many productions of it, and you always kind of get bogged down a little bit, in my opinion, in the thinking and not the doing. And the doing is where character is revealed. The doing is where the conflicts are revealed. The doing is where the excitement comes for the audience, rather than just the thinking and psychological. And so it was a very active Hamlet, I'll say that. I was extremely physically tired after every performance.
We're talking with Sandy Meisner here, ladies. No, I'm kidding. We're here with Michael Gotch, who is in a beautiful part of Illinois right now, talking first about Hamlet, a play he did not write, but also about Tiny House, a play that he did write that is going to be opening the 90th season of the Westport Country Playhouse, and you can stream it at westportplayhouse.com. Is it com or org? It's org. I'm sorry. Westportplayhouse.org. So if you explained what Tiny House is about, but if you wanted to, what is your takeaway? If people are going to watch, or they are going to watch the play, do you have one overriding theme, or is it more Chekhovian of sort of like, well, this is life as it is, and a relationship and marriage? What?
Well, the idea for the play gestated because of what I saw happening in the world in 2017, 2018. That's when I started thinking about it. And at that point, we were about, 2 years, a year and a half into this grand experiment that we had with having elected a celebrity businessman as a president. And it was, whether you liked it or not, and I don't make any, I'm not going to come down on either side right here, but whether you liked it or not, it was a time of a lot of uncertainty and upheaval and change in good or bad ways, depending on where you fell in the ballot box. But that mixed then with this kind of movement in the get away from it all, HGTV. I couldn't watch the news at that point. I couldn't watch CNN and MSNBC, and all of Fox certainly could not watch. And so my dog, I leave the TV on for my dog when I go to work. And when I would come home, I'd just have it on. And I never wanted to come home to a bunch of bad headlines. So I would leave HGTV on, and I started to see these shows about getting off grid and tiny houses. And it felt like the perfect metaphor for a kind of separation for people these days, where there's the kind of dual pull of getting, we want togetherness, but we also want to be as far away from that polar opposite politically that we can get. And that kind of conflict of the polarization of the political world felt like we were all kind of clumped into a tiny space together, kind of crawling all over each other with our different ideologies and our different points of view. And I thought, the best metaphors are the simplest. And some people call them cliches, or some people call them too simple. They're not necessarily profound, but there's a universality to them. And for me, that image of what is ostensibly an Adam and Eve couple going out into the pristine wilderness, trying to get away from the polarization and the conflict of political discourse, building this kind of small paradise in the middle of a forest. But then it comes to, whatever you try to leave behind you ends up at your doorstep at some point. So not only things from their past, but also things from their present and potentially their future come home to roost, and that they have to deal with it in a humorous way. But then there's also a darker, not a dark side. It's not Harold Pinter, but it definitely has something about where we may be headed. Not as a cautionary tale, but just as something to keep in mind when we're thinking that everything is okay. It may not be underneath that veneer.
Well, see, you're talking to a Jewish person, so I know nothing.
Live that every day.
How are you? Were you raised religious? Are you religious? What religion are you, or are you not?
Well, I was raised fairly agnostic, I suppose would be the word. We believe in a divine power, but not necessarily a specific one. And part of that was, I think, a little laziness on my parents' part, because they were half and half. So my dad is Orthodox. I'm half Serbian.
Wait,
And
Orthodox Greek?
Orthodox or Serbian Orthodox.
What the hell is Serbian Orthodox?
Serbian Orthodox. It's kind of, if people just think Greek or Russian Orthodox, they would know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So it's that side of.
Or as Bob Dylan would have said, you got to serve somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So my dad is half that, and then my dad is fully Serbian Orthodox, and my mom was raised a good Catholic girl in Pennsylvania. So that neither the twain shall meet. We never really, we went to church growing up, but it was kind of an on again off again thing, and so that's kind of my base of faith is more agnostic. I do believe that there is some kind of, whether it's guiding force, I don't know about guiding, but there is something creative out there in the universe that has given us these gifts. And
well, speaking of gifts, let me ask you, do you have a favorite all-time play?
Oh, what do you mean by old time? Like,
oh, that's right, all A-L-L.
All time.
Favorite play of all time.
Oh, all-time plays. It's funny because they kind of run the gamut, and I'm great fun at parties because I always say that my two favorite playwrights are Harold Pinter and Edward Albee, and Shakespeare, of course. But for me, Edward Albee and Harold Pinter are two of the funniest writers in the world as well, or were. Unfortunately, they're both gone from us now. But the dark black comedy of both of those writers and their gifts with the language are just unparalleled. But I love things as we did down at the Rep. I was blessed enough to do about 70 productions as an actor so far, and one of my favorites, I know you said all time, but old time play. I love that 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s American, early 20th century American comedy too. The Front Page, and You Can't Take It With You. We just did 2 years ago, and there's something about them. I know they're not PC or whatever you want to call it for many people, because some of them have characters or things in it that would totally not comport with our political spectrum right now in terms of the way that characters of color are treated or absent completely. But there is something about the actual style. I'm just speaking about the style, that kind of rapid fire 40s. I love the 40s and 30s in film too, where the actual rhythm of the speaking and the kind of that rapid fire, Cary Grant for me is a big hero in terms of comedic acting on stage and on screen, and Arsenic and Old Lace and North by Northwest. So I have a soft spot for that early 20th century comedy on stage, those plays, the Moss Hart, all that stuff.
Okay. Let me also ask you, I didn't realize you had 70 shows where you've been an actor. You don't look old enough to have done 70, let alone you're also directing, right? But let me ask, you must have had amazing hell nights, like when something completely went wrong on stage or in the audience or both. And what are one or two of the most memorable nights when it's like everything went to pieces?
Oh, well, I have a story that isn't at the Rep, but I remember once having to go on off Broadway at Theater Row. I was on a tour with a national tour with the acting company, the John Houseman company that had been started way back when with Kevin Kline and Patti LuPone. And they're still going. It's a great organization as well. They go around the country taking tour pieces. So we were doing Richard III, and we were also doing a premiere of a Jeffrey Hatcher play called Murder by Poe, and it was a collection of Edgar Allan Poe short stories wrapped into his biography, and it was an examination of his life and.
I know the critics were raving about it.
Yeah, it went away pretty quick. But anyway, we played at Theater Row, and I was the understudy. I was playing a lead in Richard III, but I was just an understudy in
the Poe.
Poe. And as any responsible actor would do. I didn't really spend a lot of time with the script before, because the guy playing Poe was quite reliable, and I never thought I'd never have to go on. But you know, you can imagine where this story ends up. I was in New York and I got a call at like 9:30 in the morning saying, you know, our lead, you know, I won't name him, but he's not, we can't find him. We don't know where he is. We have a student matinee at
Matinee, yes. I thought maybe you had until 7 o'clock that night.
no, I didn't even have till 7 o'clock, 11 a.m. And you have to be down in, you know, I was living in Queens at the time, and I had to be down in Midtown and at the theater in half an hour. And I thought, oh my dear, this is going to be, because I had about a quarter of the show memorized, but there was really, I hadn't done it for 3 months. So I hadn't had a run through. Went there, and the first scene in the show is Poe coming out of a coffin, and I remember them loading me into the coffin on stage and thinking a better metaphor for what this is going to be was never thought of by this. Truth is certainly stranger than fiction. So they're closing this coffin lid on me in the dark, and I'm thinking, oh geez, help me, whatever you believe in. Be there.
Please, yeah. Oh,
and somehow it went off. I won't say without a hitch. I did leave the stage twice to ostensibly have in a show in which Poe was never supposed to leave the stage. I did leave the stage twice. The other actors vamped, and I furiously, with the stage manager on the side, was looking through the script to make sure I knew. Somehow got through it, and no one was the wiser until this moment on your show. So you have a revelation that I'll never be hired again. No, that's not true. The acting company is wonderful, and they would never have known. And we did a talk back with the kids after, and they thought it was fun. And you know, but I still in the evening before I go to bed, I say a thank you to my fellow actors who helped me through that, because they would, you know, it was the classic, I believe you were going to say something about.
Yes, weren't you gonna? Yes.
Are you going to talk a little more about that being a gorilla in the rue morgue? Ah, yes, I think I remember. To say a little more about what you think I was going to say.
I sense a doorbell about to ring.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. And it's also a lesson. It's like you, as now a founding person at the Rep, will tell other, you know, your students and everybody else, if you're cast as an understudy,
You know you're lying.
never, even if you were understudying for Merman or one of those people who never, ever, or Carol Channing, never, ever, ever, you never, ever know. You know.
Never know. You
Except
never
maybe in Perfect Crime. Perfect Crime, you can be Catherine Russell's understudy. Everything else, you don't have to worry about.
Yeah, that's been running for years. That is incredible.
It was the first show to reopen off Broadway when the pandemic, quote unquote, sort of ended. They brought that one back because they were getting 3 people in the audience to begin with. So they get 3 more. It's all right. But anywho, I hope you have, well, many people in the audience watching your play. It's called Tiny House, and it is going to be running from the end of June 29th through July 18th, online, courtesy of Westport Country Playhouse. Everybody, westportplayhouse.org, westportplayhouse.org. So I want to thank you very, very much to Michael Gotch. I want to wish you much success with that play. I know you're a writer, you don't like to if you're working in the middle, so are you writing another play?
Well, I'm writing a couple things. I have some things in the works, but because of what happened with COVID, I moved a little bit more into writing for film, and we'll see what that turns out like, because you never know. I'm trying to hedge my bets on when we're getting back fully live in the theater. So I thought, you know, at least I know they're producing this kind of thing. So
in the fall, you'll be teaching in person. You'll be.
Well, we'll see. You'll see. I think that there's, even at the University of Delaware, there's a possibility that you can opt out of live instruction if you have some dispensation. But I agree. I think that most of it will be live, I think.
And you've been healthy. You got through COVID. You've been thank God.
I got, and I'm vaccinated. But I just did get over something that felt suspiciously like a COVID-ish thing. And now with this new variant from India, I'm just wondering where we're headed. But, you know, I don't want to be the doomsayer.
That's the witchcraft again. I'm telling you. It was the witches in the closed crucible. They're coming back for you. I'm telling you. Michael Gotch,
thank you.
Much success. Thank you so much for being with us. And shalom to you.
Shalom to you. Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Michael Gotch, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him right here in the Daverhood as we continue with the Dave's Gone By Facebook, yo podcast, yo pro.
Rabbi put his link to his website.
His link to his website is on the Dave's Gone By Facebook page, so check him out. Michael Gotch, and also, of course, Westport Country Playhouse. We have so much more of the Dave's Gone By program for you. We've got a limerick that Dave's going to do that's disgusting. We have the Greeley Comedy Time thing that he does. I don't know what the hell he does. Plus, most important is the quiz. It's yesterday, today, yesterday, tomorrow, which features all the usual suspects, and that is happening, believe it or not, in just a moment or two. Shalom to you! Why isn't this playing, goddammit? It will. There it goes. It occurred to me the way to get around the rules on Facebook and YouTube is to find public domain music to play in between sequences. So that's what I'm doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have another playwright and another performer in the Daverhood with us. She's been kind enough to join us a few times now, especially recently to play the Today, Yesterday theater quiz that we do every week on Dave's Gone By. Her name is Vicki Quade. She's with us. How you doing, Vicki?
Hey, I'm fine. I'm just trying now to adjust all this. I'm like you.
Oh, no, thank God.
I had you playing on another link. So
just turn my volume off so that
yes.
Echoing myself. There we go.
Right, exactly.
So how was your week, Vicki? I think it's been like 2 weeks since you've been in the Daverhood.
Yes, it has. It's been good. It's been busy. We're still working to put my shows at a new location. My religious comedies, Late Night Catechism, is opening in September, but we actually have a special performance of it on July 8th. And that means for a group that's coming to Chicago. And that means that we have to get this new theater completely ready. And that's a little
ready in terms of, let me bring David Sheward in, but completely ready. They're distant. Are they plexiglassing, or what do you mean ready?
No. We have to get it. We have to put the set up. We moved from one theater that's being torn down to another theater. So just imagine moving your house where it was 20 years of stuff. And
I thought you meant the theater itself. I assume the theater, the greenhouse, is where you're going, right? The greenhouse?
Yes, that's right. So we are.
The theater is ready. You're getting your shows ready to move from.
And the set and everything, So we went from a stage where the set was 18 feet wide to a stage that's 24 feet wide.
Oh, so more, yeah.
So we have more room. So we had to go out and buy some flats and a door. We're going to put a door on the set, and so we have to slightly revise.
Add the Pope as a character. That will really fill out the space. He can just be praying in the background. I think you got it, and he can tummel a little bit as popes do. Now, David Sheward, it's been like a year and a half, or you've been on the show even longer than that. This is the first time in the whole pandemic you would come on wearing a mask. Where were you? Oh, unmute.
Okay, we had some people doing some plumbing work in the kitchen this morning, so I had my mask on.
Cool. Well, good. How are you, David Sheward? By the way, that's Vicki Quade. You know her well now. She knows you. David Sheward, and Vicki Quade, by the way, we didn't really mention. Late Night Catechism is one of the plays, and what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Bible Bingo. My Halloween Holy Ghost Bingo is opening in October. Christmas Bingo opens right after Thanksgiving. Right. So a lot of shows opening.
You need Shavuos Bingo. You need Groundhog. You should have Juneteenth Bingo today.
That's right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Believe me, I could do a lot of bingo shows.
You could. Now, bingo, we've got David Sheward, who is a writer, the former president of the Drama Desk. He's also a blogger for The David Desk, his own blog, and, of course, a theater critic for culturaldaily.com and theaterlife.com. So, David, I'm sorry, you were having your tubes untied, as it were, by the plumber, and what else is going on?
Well, let me see. School, I'm a high school teacher also, and school is ending this week. So I've been grading papers and things. And, you know, I'm been writing blogs about what shows have made announcements about their openings. A lot of shows have almost every show that
Harry Potter's the only outlier.
Harry Potter and West Side Story.
Was it right? Yeah. Okay.
They're the only two shows that had been running before the closing that have not announced when they're coming back as of yet.
Yeah. Well, Potter is just the logistics, and West Side Story, I guess, is the Scott Rudin thing or something like
Possibly.
Yeah.
We don't know. And also, the film of West Side Story is opening in December. They may be thinking, I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting. Announcing late, like early December, get the holiday crowd and the film crowd together. That's clever. Anyway, we are, as ever, also waiting for our usual third rung of the triangle, Leslie Hoban Blake. I'm sure she's trying to log in as we speak. We'll give her just a couple more minutes, but while we're waiting, I will. She said she was. She said, but you know how it is. She starts trying to log in at 10:15, and sometime by 5 to 11, she makes it. We hope. But I can read the rules because Leslie knows the rules, and Vicki already knows the rules.
I know the rules.
Well, except the problem is if Leslie doesn't make it, the rules are different. So I'll do the rules that aren't germane. Lecky Hoban Blake, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I could be the fourth person. I could make a little hand puppet,
Yes. I was.
I'm looking for the fourth person. Wait a minute.
Well, don't forget your pen and
I
paper.
got nothing.
Vicki, don't forget your pen and paper, a little scratch pad for the
I got it.
breaker question. Gotta have that.
I got it.
So I will tell everybody it's the today, yesterday quiz. It has to do with things that happened on this date in history. This being June 19th, literally Juneteenth. Yeah.
I'm ready.
Unlike
What
me.
is that?
David Sheward's socks are actually white. They're not gray and miserably brown with holes. It is cute, though.
That's very
Does
cute.
he have a name?
I guess my name is Horton.
Mr. Sock.
His name is Lecky.
Lecky.
No, my name is Horton Foot.
I get it. Horton, get it? Foot?
What?
You got a lot of soul, kiddo. I gotta tell you that.
Yeah, and I just wrote a whole cycle of plays called The Orphan Sock Cycle.
Really? Yeah.
It's about these socks that are mismatched, and they go through psychological problems.
Yeah.
They confront their mother's socks and drink too much.
Oh, and there's no profanity in the play, although a lot of them say darn.
Oh, yeah.
Say darn socks.
And we play, I wish I could think of a funny,
I'm afraid I have a leg up on you on that one.
Yeah, like ankle the guests. I don't know.
Stop being such
Joyce is saying, stop being such a heel. I know.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Bye now.
Go figure you were trying to shoehorn your way into the conversation. But, thank you very, very much. I'm sorry about all. I take that minute back.
I'm opening for Brett Summers next week.
So is Jack Klugman.
That
What?
you call socks overfoot.
Underpants. I've had this whole discussion weeks ago on the show that it bothered me that, we have these things that men wear called underpants. How come we call socks and not like undershoes? Or overfeet? Because that's what they are. It's just like underpants. Socks should be undershoes.
Okay.
Or overfeet. You're not
Maybe over feet because you could wear them under anything, right?
This is true.
Boots, sandals, some people. Right.
Or
Ron
foot,
Jeremy could call it
over feet is good.
Yeah, right.
or
Yeah.
or foot coverings.
Dalton Abbey? Where's Vicki? Is that Dalton Abbey?
Yeah, Vicki, you're just saying somehow you moved from a cluttered room to I don't know if that looks like the Hermitage, but what the hell?
No, it's a movie set or it's a movie location for Hamlet. Since you were talking about Hamlet earlier.
Yes. Wow.
With Kenneth Branagh. This is from the Kenneth
In
Branagh.
Denmark, the location? Did he shoot it in Denmark, or did he find another? I don't know.
No, it's a castle somewhere in England.
Oh, yeah. That is cool. Yeah. God.
It looks like Blenheim, where Winston Churchill was born.
I think it is Blenheim.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, it's going to be a tough quiz.
Yeah, they're gonna go out of it. And you know what? We're gonna start the damn quiz, and if Leslie comes, as she usually does, just in time, then we'll squeeze her in. If
Just
not,
in time. I found you just in time.
just in time, as opposed to Justin Kirk or Justin Trudeau. So here we go. 2 points apiece for these questions. There are 10 of them. Usually we do 3, 3, and 3, and 3, and 3. We'll do 2, 2, 2, 2. We'll see how it goes. Anywho, we will roll the dice, though. So, Vicki Quade, and I'm sorry, David, but you've been with the show so long that you always get second or third choice on this. But, Vicki, can you pick a number, please, between 1 and 6?
1.
1. Vicki goes for 1. And David Sheward?
3.
David goes for the number 3. Let's roll the die. We have a digital die roll thing that I'm doing, and came up numero 5. So number 5 is closer to David Sheward. David, that means you get to choose whether you want to go first or second.
I'll go first.
David Sheward going first. Vicki Quade going second. And the ghost of Leslie Hoban Blake will be up. Maybe I'll just play Leslie. I want to play Leslie. Oh, my phone's not working. Oh, what a terrible week.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Hey, look, she's late every week. She's late.
Everybody has their thing, right?
Oh.
Come on.
Get the numbers to work.
Oh, man.
Now I'm
gonna
Dr.
get you guys.
Now I'm Dr. Sue. Give me some points.
Oh.
Give me some points. I was born. I'm a human being. That's worth 5 points.
What does a Catholic sock celebrate?
Ash Wednesday? I don't know.
Lint.
Oh.
Okay, enough of this. Enough of this. Shame on me. All right, here we go. So David Sheward going first in our Today Yesterday. We're going to start. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm
do
ready. I'm ready, Freddie.
And I'm willing. There we go. Okay. The first question, and remember, all these things happened on June 19th in history. So we roll it all the way back to 1603, Vicki.
No,
That
David.
was me.
What?
I thought
It's David.
I was first.
Oh, I'm very sorry. David's going first. I wrote down the
Okay.
your
Ready,
numbers.
Willing, and Mabel, as Bugs Bunny says.
Oh, Lord.
1603 is the year, David Sheward.
Uh-huh.
Murga Bien is arrested for witchcraft in Fulda, Germany. She's put on trial and, along with 250 other witches, burned to... I'm sorry, but it just occurred to me, literally, I was talking... Wasn't I just talking or Rabbi Sol was talking with our guest about witchcraft? And I had no idea that would come up, and suddenly it's the first question in our Today Yesterday. I'm sorry.
Right.
1603, Murga Bien is arrested for witchcraft in Fulda, Germany. She's put on trial,
Mm-hmm.
and along with 250 other witches, burned to death.
Okay.
In honor of that fun fact, which of these is not true about the plant witch hazel? Is it... Yeah. Is it A, the name witch comes from the Scottish word for white? B, it's pollinated by moths? C, the plant stays colorful well into late fall and early winter? Or D, it can help shrink hemorrhoids?
That
Yes.
reminds me of that episode of Maude where they were trying to get rid of their wrinkles, and Maude is, I try this all the time. What is it? And Vivian says, "Oh, it's preparation H."
People did use it for that. Oh my God, I didn't know they did that on Maud. God bless her. I just tried making Leslie Hoban Blake, and I think she's going to be joining us. So,
Here she comes. She's here.
oh, I don't see her yet. Hold on.
Well, her name is here. Partly her.
She's in honor of Juneteenth. She's completely black. Look at this.
Oh dear! I'm calling Reverend Al.
We're naming her Leslie Hoban Mustafa X. Just
Oh,
for
now
tonight.
she's gone. Oh, there she is. Now she's back. Come on, Leslie, you can do it.
Leslie Blake.
There you are.
Oh no, well.
Just for a second. Oh, back.
Oh my goodness. There she is.
Got rhythm.
We got it. Nope, can't hear you.
Leslie.
Unmute, Leslie.
Do this.
There we go.
Keep doing it. Oh,
Hi guys.
Hey, Leslie, how are you? You're only, how late are you? You're only 16 minutes late. You're getting better.
Comparatively speaking, yes, that's almost on time for me. Right. Hi, how are you? Hello.
There you go. That's better.
How are you, Vicki? Nice to see you.
I'm good. I love those hats in the background.
Well, they've always been in the background, but thank you.
Usually,
Yes.
but yeah.
I wore
I
one.
love that shirt.
I wore my white one yesterday, and it was so hot that the sweatband around it
Started sweating.
bled into the hat. It's a Panama hat,
Oh,
so it bled into the fabric of the hat. I'm so upset.
No, you can
I
probably
did my hair.
clean that with some witch hazel.
Will that
And-
take that off?
no.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then
That's
into the
first
Panama
question.
hat, into the straw, right?
All right, let's.
wait.
Vicki, great.
Hold on. So wait. Leslie, I need you to pick a number, please. Between one
Is
and
2 taken? Is 6 taken? Is 2 or 6 taken?
Neither is taken.
I'll try 2 today.
Okay, Leslie's number 2. No jokes. Well, I'll make a joke about number 2. But so we're in the middle. We're talking to David. He got the first. He's in the middle of the first question. So
All right. So
and-
what is not true about witch hazel?
right. Is it A, the name witch comes from the Scottish word for white? B, it's pollinated by moths? C, the plant stays colorful well into late fall and early winter? Or D, it can help shrink hemorrhoids?
All of those, except for the hemorrhoids ones, are very boring. But the hemorrhoid one is probably true. So I'll say, so it's it stays. So it.
I'll do it again. One more time.
Yeah.
The name witch comes from the Scottish word for white. It's pollinated by moths. The plant stays colorful well into late fall and early winter. Or it can help shrink hemorrhoids.
I'm gonna say, oh God, I think the hemorrhoid one is true, and the witch one, the Scottish knowing, I think that I don't know. It sounds like it's kind of true. I'll go with that it stays white late into the fall.
Okay.
But that is not true.
Not true.
Okay.
Go figure. On Juneteenth, you would get the white one wrong. That is not the correct answer, David Sheward. So yes, that does stay colorful through the seasons. So we have a steal opportunity. Oh boy! I'm going to roll the die, and the die comes up number 4, which is closest to David and second closest to Leslie Hoban Blake. So Leslie, you can steal this question. It was about witches being burned today, but it's actually about witch hazel. Which of these is not true?
So wait, Vicki, what you were telling me about the hat was you just said witch hazel because that was the topic of the question?
That's
or
right.
Is that true? Oh, thank you. I was going to go put it on my hat.
You
So I'm
probably
glad
could.
I asked it. I didn't know that was okay.
You could probably clean it like that.
Yeah, maybe, and maybe
Maybe.
melt it as well. And you are in Parliament today, is that, or you are at the castle? Where are you?
I'm in Hamlet.
And not Debenham. What was it? Something Ham home. Blenheim.
It's
Blenheim Castle. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right.
On my elbow, it hurts. Okay, yes. So,
Okay,
Leslie.
so it is not that it stays that color. So that leaves me pollination, which is white. And what was the last one?
Hemorrhoids.
Yes, it can
Oh,
help.
hemorrhoids. Yes.
Yes.
How could I forget that one? Since it's all guesswork at this point, I'm going to go with David's leftover guess. I'm going to go with the hemorrhoids one, just because David loves things like that.
I do.
Or David. Okay,
I love
Dave
him
loves
too.
things like that.
I love them too.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Leslie, so you're saying it's not true that it can help shrink hemorrhoids? Is your answer? Is your final?
Oh wait, it's what's not true. Oh shit. It's
Yeah.
what's not-
Okay.
So confused. Okay, that witches in white thing is not true. I've never heard that in all the years that I've heard Scottish accents and old words and whatnot. I've never heard that particular one, so I'm going to go with that one.
So that is your
Not true
answer.
about witches in white.
So it's not true that the name witch comes from the Scottish word for white. That is your final answer.
Yes.
What? I can't do a Scottish accent. Oh, you got it right. Hasse. Oh, that's
Did I?
absolutely.
Oh, I
No.
thought you were doing an owl, David. What the hell was that? What
I
was
was doing the Scottish owl.
What, you don't remember the
Right.
Scotsman from Monty Python going, woot, 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 woot? You don't remember that?
That's it. That's it. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, oot, oot. I
know.
remember that one, yes.
So actually, the name witch hazel comes from the Middle English witch for being pliant and bendable.
Oh.
Even though the Latin name of
Hazel was known for that. She was.
that's why she was on her broom a lot. You should see how far that go. I don't want to go
We
there.
all heard about Hazel in the locker room. We knew.
And the broom.
But which hazel did you hear about?
What do you think she used it for?
Oh! Thank you
Ooh.
very much, ladies and gentlemen. Anywho, and I thought we were going to have a clean show. Well, she didn't have a broom. So here's the deal. The Latin name, by the way, for witch hazel is hamamelis, which has to do with bearing fruit. It is like it has these seed pod things that open up and whatever you call it. But,
So you can use it to treat hemorrhoids.
yes, you actually, yeah, it's an astringent that goes, you know.
Better get some.
I've
Just
got 4 or
fire it
5
up.
bottles in my cupboard if you want one, David. When the pandemic came, I stocked up on cleaning products and things, and I have 8 bottles of alcohol, giant bottles of alcohol.
Yeah, but those are Jim Beam, you know. Yeah.
No, because you can only buy them by the dozen. So I bought a dozen, and in a year and a half, I've used 4 of them.
I'm going to look up whether you can use witch hazel to clean your.
Okay, send me a note. We'll
Actually,
give you my
can you wait
email.
till
Just
we do
send
that,
me a note. I
because-
could look it up.
Yeah.
Vicki, I could look it up myself. I'll look it up, but it's a good idea.
Especially if Vicki gets the next question. I need your attention, Vicki, because now Leslie's in the legal race. She's got 2 points. She's winning the game so far, so that could change. Vicki, this is not a multiple choice. This is a straight question here. The year was 1778. Scabies, typhoid, dysentery, these and other diseases between 1,700 and 2,000 army troops by the time they left this encampment on June 19th. They'd been there for just 6 months. Where?
Is it Valley Forge?
Is that your final answer?
Yes, I'm just going to say Valley Forge.
Well, you certainly forged ahead with that answer. Well done, Vicki Quade. You get yourself 2 big, beautiful points. What gave it away? Was it just a lot of soldiers dying in horror and misery? Or
And I've seen a lot of documentaries and read a lot about Washington. So
Right. Oh,
if I
okay.
didn't get that, I would have felt bad. Also, I believe it's my first 2 legitimate points in,
Really?
in this game. I got 2 points for knowing Johnny Weissmuller. But yeah.
But well done! Yay! Yeah, that's right. I think a tiebreaker, Johnny Weissmuller. Yeah, but now you got actual point, and you're
Actual
tied for
points.
the lead with Leslie Hoban
Oh
Blake.
my God! Wait.
Yeah, let that soak in because you
Don't
know
get
that's
too
not going to last.
excited.
One way or the
because
other.
David
that's
hasn't
not
gotten the
gonna
question
last.
yet. So he did. He did. Leslie gets the
I
next
missed
question.
one. I missed one.
Yeah. Oh my God, Leslie, you can build on your lead or on your tie.
I
You
know.
can build on your
I'm so
tie.
excited. I'm actually, extirpating. I'm not sure what that word means, and it'll probably be the wrong one, but it
Isn't it-
sounds.
What is extirpate? David, you would know this. Is it pulling something out of something?
I
No.
think so.
Okay.
I thought it meant like all a flutter. That's what
It
it
might-
sounded like to me.
Maybe it's just
Twitter
extra
pated. That's
pate
the-
at your
no,
dinner.
no.
you know.
I was
Twitter
looking for
pated.
Twitter pated. Sorry, I was looking for Twitter
I'm
pated.
Facebook pated more. But here's our next question for Leslie Hoban Blake. I love Vicki just shaking her head like God damn, what's wrong with him? All right, here's the question for Leslie Blake on June 19th, 1770. It's not a multiple choice. Here we go. This Scandinavian philosopher and scientist announced the completion of his latest work, True Christian Religion. This book so strongly influences the new church religious movement that June 19th remains a major holiday on their calendar. Name that author.
John Calvin.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah. I'm surprised I even came up with that one.
Well, I'm afraid one writer came between you and your Calvins. That is not the correct answer. And so I'm going to roll a die here And let's see.
I just miss these questions to hear your puns, David. I know all these answers. I only want to hear your puns. That's what
Thank you, Leslie. That's actually very sweet.
Yeah, just keep
I
telling
know. I know.
Now, Vicki Quade, you are tied for the lead. You can take the lead if you get this question right, because this question now goes to you. I rolled a die and came up number 1. So here's the deal. 1770, this Scandinavian philosopher and scientist announced the completion of his latest work, True Christian Religion. The book so strongly influences the new church religious movement that June 19th remains a major holiday on their calendar. Name that author.
Oh my goodness, I'm thinking it's the Mormon Church. Is it John Smith? Is it? Might be.
Is that your...
Yes, that's my answer.
Hello, my name is Elder Dave, and you have got that question wrong. I'm sorry. So, David Sheward, you get to now, you get to answer, or try and answer, this question for 2 points.
All right. I don't think it.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's. I don't think it's. You know what I was thinking as you were saying? You said Scandinavian, and I was thinking, is it Gail Sondergaard? And I thought, no, you're mixing that up with Kierkegaard. That's the only Scandinavian name I can think of. The philosopher. But that Kierkegaard was much later, I think, and it wasn't. So Scandinavian philosopher and scientist.
And scientist, yes.
And 1770s.
1770 was the year.
Rue McClanahan.
Joyce is saying it is not Rue McClanahan Miranda.
Not Rue McClanahan. It's not Saint Olaf or something. Let's see. Scandinavian. It's not Ingmar Bergman, and it's not August Strindberg. It isn't August Strindberg. It isn't da-da-da-da. It's you. Okay, Scandinavian philosopher in the 1700s. Kant, K-A-N-T, Immanuel
Just
Kant.
call my wife? No, sorry.
Immanuel Kant.
Is that your final answer? Well, I'm afraid Emmanuel can't get you any points. That is not the correct answer either. And I beat all you guys with this one. The guy who wrote this had a bunch of other books and really rethought Christianity in a particular way. Emanuel Swedenborg.
Oh, man.
Oh, of course.
Swedenborg.
Oh,
Never
I've
heard of him.
I've heard of him. I just couldn't come up with the name.
Never heard of him. All right, so I would have lost anyway. Okay.
You
So-
could have said smorgasbord and sounded sort of like it.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Smorgasbord. I have him at the Viennese table. It's good. Anywho, we have a tie game.
He had the first name. Does he get half a point?
Yeah.
No, I'm no
See?
doctor.
You
I'm no
don't
Dr.
think like
Seuss.
Dr. Sue. You got to
I'm
think
trying
like
to
Dr.
help you.
Sue in this
No.
world.
I do not believe that would be merited.
No,
Vicki, there is a Dr. Sue. You have to go back on YouTube to Dave's show and meet Dr. Sue.
I will do
You'll
that.
find her name. Yes, there is a real Dr. Sue. Not as well as a Dr. Seuss, but there is a real Dr.
Dr. Sue Horowitz is her full, but she goes by Dr. Sue as a speaker and stuff like that. Anywho, we are speakering with our 3 wonderful guests, Vicki Quade, David Sheward, Leslie Hoban Blake. They're playing the Today, Yesterday quiz. It's 11 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, here in the Daverhood. You're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, our 803rd episode. We're calling it Gotcha in honor of our guest about a half hour ago, Michael Gotch. So, but now we've got these 3 people playing our quiz on things that happened in history on June 19th. And so we have a 2-2 game between Vicki and Leslie, but never, ever, ever count David Sheward out. We start our next round of the game beginning with David Sheward. So David, you can tie the game if you get this right. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes.
The year 1865.
Oh.
Union Major General Gordon Granger stood on the balcony of Ashton Villa and read out General Order Number 3, proclaiming that, quote, all slaves are free. For 1 point each, in which state and city did that take place?
You said it was 1865?
Correct.
Well, it was probably Texas, because that's what we're celebrating right now. So where, and Ashton something, right?
Well, he on the balcony of Ashton Villa.
Ashton Villa.
Villa. I'm sorry, am I not?
Okay.
Villa, like Villa, yeah.
All right, now, okay, so I'm the thing that comes to mind is Houston, because I think, was Houston even a city then? I think it was, I'm going to say Texas, and I'll say Houston.
Are those your final answers?
Yeah.
Well, David Sheward, I can't even make any jokes because you're good for 1 point on that question. So David gets 1.
Okay.
We have a steal opportunity for someone else. And we come up with, just like this morning, I come up with a number 2. See, I told you I'd make that joke. Number 2 is Leslie Hoban Blake. Leslie, steal this question. I can't tell you which part.
It has been all over the news. Every newscaster is showing how much they know about this thing they never heard of until the day before. You know, everybody now knows Juneteenth. But it was Galveston, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Which is what Galveston may be most famous for. I think they make boots too, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
And is that your final answer, Leslie?
Yeah. But it was Texas, David, for sure.
Yeah, Texas he got right. And Leslie Hoban Blake, Galveston. Oh, Galveston, you are correct. That is Leslie Hoban Blake also gets a point. So this is amazing. What a game. What a game. We have Leslie Hoban Blake with 3 points. We have Vicki Quade with 2 points. And David Sheward sneaking up there with a point. Oh, we're so.
How does it feel, David? Doesn't it feel shitty? It really does.
What? Are you speaking to me?
That end of it for a change. To be at that end of it for a change, where I'm always coming on. I'm always in that position, and he's always trying to.
Uh-oh.
That's great, Leslie. You have
I'm rooting for you, Leslie. I am rooting.
I feel fine.
Thank you, and I for you, Vicki. We gals got to stick together. We're just.
It's only a game. As
I gotta tell you something, please, before we finish.
Yes.
I don't want to spoil. I don't want to get in the way of this, but
yeah.
I have a new morning show for you to watch on Saturday mornings.
Are you in it?
Just before we end, let me make sure I tell you.
Okay, yes. I'm going to make a note of this. Morning show.
Make a note. Morning show. Saturday morning show.
Hello. This show.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
If it's on between 9 in the morning and noon or 12:30 Eastern, I don't want to fucking know.
So it actually comes on in the middle of the night, and I taped it and watched it this morning.
So it's not technically a morning show.
Not technically a morning show. It was for moi.
It's the middle of the night show.
Yes, it's the middle of the night show.
Absolutely fine. Okay. On to our next.
Good save, Leslie.
Yeah. Well, if she watches it instead of watching the beginning of my show, she's like, I can watch Dave's Gone By before I come on to it, or I can watch this thing I taped last night. Yeah.
Now we know why she's late.
I don't have Facebook. I can't watch your show until you post it. I tell you that every time.
But is that really true? Because it's public. You should be. Yeah. It is. Oh, okay.
It's you have to be on Facebook. But then you post it on YouTube.
It's free to have a Facebook account.
I don't want one. And my Twitter account is dead. I'm very happy without it.
I get it.
I needed it during Trump. I needed a pressure valve. I needed a place to go and scream into the void about what an asshole he was.
It's called a bathroom. Yeah.
He's still out there in a void, and I'm afraid he's doing terrible things to us. But in the meantime, I don't have to follow. His things don't come up, and I don't have to.
I get it. He's kind of hard to avoid. There's a void joke right there. Anywho, let's continue with the game because we have question number 5. 1, 2, 3. So this will go directly to Vicki Quade, who can take the lead.
No pressure.
Oh, yeah. So Vicki has 2 points, but she can get 4 beautiful points.
Oh, we get it.
Thank you, Count.
Yes.
Here we go. Let's count up to this one. Let's count to 1867. 1, 2, 3. The year was 1867.
Okay.
The very first Belmont Stakes were held at Jerome Park Racetrack in the Bronx today, with Ruthless winning in heavy track conditions. All of these horses won the Belmont Stakes and the Triple Crown, except which? A. Seattle Slew, B. Secretariat, C. Aladar, D. Affirmed.
Oh, I think it's Aladar.
Is that your final answer?
Let's see. It's Seattle Slew,
I'll read them again.
Secretariat.
Right. Aladar or Affirmed?
Were you signaling to the ump or something? Were you
She's saying goodnight to her grandmother.
No, I'm alone. I'll stick with that. I'll say Aladar. I'm sure it's wrong, but.
Well, Vicki Quade, you took your. I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. There's a little there. But you used your horse sense. That was, in fact, the correct answer, Vicki, because the thing about Aladar, it was him and Affirmed, always going there, and Affirmed always beat him out. So Affirmed won the triple crown, and Aladar, I don't think, won anything.
Do any of you follow the races? I only follow the Triple Crown. I don't follow any other races. But do any of you follow it at all or bet on it ever?
Not really, no.
I was married to a gambler. My ex-husband was a gambler.
No.
My ex-husband took the money we had in the bank for a crib and went out to the trots to try to win a better crib and lost the whole thing. So my son spent his first few months in a borrowed carriage because we didn't have money to buy a crib. This is not a joke. This man was really a confirmed gambler. And so I spent most of my pregnancy at Aqueduct. Strange women would come up and rub my belly for luck.
For luck.
I wish
it was just, I mean, I didn't see it as dreadful until the crib incident, and then I knew. That this was a sickness.
This sounds like a Damon Runyon short story.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Yeah,
And the end of the story is I left him with an 18-month-old baby. I just walked out one day and took the playpen that we had in the cab and went back to my parents' house.
Did you?
No, we never had a crib. Never had a crib.
I know you, or did you cut off all time? You don't even know what became of it.
No, I went back to him 7 years later, and he had become an alcoholic. It was terrible. No. I mean, that's an even worse story. But I brought this in only because of the horse racing. So I know the horse race answers because I follow that.
Wow.
And until one of the horses, whose name I cannot remember now, broke his leg and had to be put down. I used to bet on them, and then I
if only they'd done that to your ex-husband, but that's.
Well, he passed away 3 years ago. I never got the chance to kill him. My lifelong, the only person I've ever hated my entire life was him. I've forgiven everybody else in my life for everything. Couldn't get myself around the idea.
Leslie, if you ever write a play, there's your play. You know that.
No, it's not. Who the hell? What? No, what's his name already wrote one like that? Where there's unending tragedy.
O'Neill.
No, besides O'Neill, the Osage County.
Tracy Letts.
That kind of,
Tracy Letts.
unrelenting.
Leslie,
yeah.
you ended up with a child.
Oh, I have a wonderful son and who has a wonderful wife and a wonderful life. Oh, yes. Oh, no, there's no question about that, Vicki. I mean, I always look back on that as that, but
Wow.
Wait till they read my account of living with you.
Joyce is saying, wait till they read. You guys get to read her account of her living with me. And that just puts everything.
Okay, well.
Again, I'm like, oh, forget it. It's nothing. It's nothing.
Can I pre-order that? I really want that.
It's going to be called Hernia Days.
Tell them it's going to be a lifetime special.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Get it on Amazon, I'm sure.
No,
Some poor
Disney Plus is actually
person will
giving
drop
it.
dead, dropping his book in the thing, and then they'll die from lack of food or from not being able to go to the bathroom or some awful thing.
Oh, and Joyce is saying it's going to be called Daverton.
Of course.
There you go. Anyway.
Or maybe she leaves you and it's I left going.
That's right. Leave Coed. All right, here we go.
Oh,
So
that's a good one.
let's have first of all a moment of joy for because we're halfway through the game and Vicki is leading 4 points.
I know. I'm going to have to.
Does it give you the vapors there?
It
Do you
does.
have the
I mean,
vapors?
it's just like, holy cow.
But here's the deal. Leslie now, however, can pull ahead if she gets this next question correct. So, Leslie, this next question is for you. It is a multiple choice. The year 1910. The first Father's Day celebration takes place at a YMCA in Spokane, Washington. It was based on a suggestion of a woman whose dad raised 6 children as a single parent. Which of these is not true about daddies? A. An Asian photographer whose daughter died in her teens traveled around the world with a cardboard cutout of her so she could see the world. B. A male who has many brothers is more likely to have sons than daughters. C. Father Time is often depicted holding a sickle because his Greek name was associated with agriculture. Or D. Dad's root beer was the first product ever to use the 6-pack.
One of them is not true.
One of these is not true about fathers.
I would like to give $1 million, if I had $1 million, to the man who took, if that's true, who took his daughter's picture around the world. I think that is the sweetest thing I've ever heard. That's not stupid, but sweet. Okay. I don't know that that's the
That's
answer.
going to be the title of the book. That's Joyce's biography of me. Stupid but sweet. I love it. Yeah, okay.
Just come to me for titles. I got them. I got 1 million of them. So I'm going to say the 6-pack, the Dad's root beer 6. Oh, wait, no, it's not true. Hang on.
Not true. Not true.
The brothers and, no, the brothers, because it's always a 50-50 chance. It's genetically such that it's only 50-50. Always. It was like flipping a coin. It's always 50-50. I mean, there is a genetic component, that's true, but it's still 50-50 each time. And those little guys swim. You know.
Is that your final answer?
If that one is not true, that if you have brothers, you'll have sons. Yes, that's not true.
Well, Leslie, I think you better put on a new pair of jeans because it is the incorrect answer. You are.
Didn't I sound like it was right though? Didn't I have a positive?
I was this is why.
No, I really.
I bought it. I bought it completely, but and with the Mendeleev
But you
thing,
knew it was wrong. Yes,
but
you kept a straight face anyway.
Yeah. So we have a steal opportunity for our 2 other contestants. I'm going to roll a die, which comes up a number 5, which is closer. To the lurking David Sheward. So
lurking.
David, which of these is not true?
Okay.
About fathers. Is it A, an Asian photographer whose daughter died in her teens, traveled around the world with a cardboard cutout of her so she could see the world? C, Father Time is often depicted. What's wrong with me? Father Time is often depicted holding a sickle because his Greek name was associated with agriculture. Or D, Dad's root beer was the first product ever to use the 6-pack.
You know, if I had gone first, I would have agreed with Leslie. I would have gone with her answer because that sounds like it's not true. But that's interesting. About if you have brothers, you're likely to.
Okay. All right.
Right. So it's the photographer taking the picture of his daughter around the world, the Dad's root beer, and Father Time being he carries a sickle because his Greek name is associated with
agriculture.
Well, I think that Father Time's Greek name was something like Kronos or something like that, and I don't know that has anything to do with agriculture. And the dad, I mean the Asian photographer thing, that sounds true. It sounds like it sounds weird enough and sweet enough and stupid enough to be true. So it's either Father Time or Dad's root beer. In my mind, in my reasoning. Dad's root beer 6. Dad's root beer or Father Time. Kronos. I think that the Father Time thing is not true.
Is that your
final
answer?
Sure, why not?
Well, David Sheward, I guess you have to heave a scythe because that is not the correct answer.
Well,
Vicki Quade, you have a steal opportunity for this question.
All right. So it's either the Japanese father grieving and taking his child's photo around, which is a wonderful image, or it's the dad's root beer. And so I don't want to vote against the Japanese father. So I'm going to say dad's root beer.
You're going to say the dad's root beer is not true about that because it wasn't the first to use the six-pack.
Right.
Well, Vicki, I was rooting for you.
It's the Japanese.
Every single one of you. Here's the deal. The whole Asian thing is a lovely story, but what actually happened was Jina Yang, her dad, died when she was fairly young and never got to travel. So she quit her job, sold all her stuff, and brought him to places like Iceland and the Duomo. And so she's carrying this cardboard cutout of her father all around the world, not the other.
That makes more sense, though. Let's face it, is a woman doing that rather than a guy.
Why does that make more sense?
I don't know. Men are not necessarily that sentimental. I'm making a gigantic generalization.
Yeah, you certainly are. I mean, I brought potatoes everywhere.
I bet you have. I don't think that's quite the same.
Maybe not.
The rationale behind it is not the same.
What?
And I've taken my socks around the world.
There you go. There you go. I hope when you have video of them, you have the footage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And by the way, just so you know,
I'll never forget.
you were kind of working around the right track because here's the deal. Chronos, ancient Greeks associated that word for time with the agricultural god Chronos, who was a harvester. So that's why.
I always thought that was the scythe of death. I always thought that was death's side because it's old age. Yeah, I just assumed the little baby comes and then the old guy comes out and goes, "You ain't gonna make it, kid," and that's the way that goes. I mean,
we've all seen,
but I always thought that's what it was.
No, you've seen.
So thank you for clarifying that. If I see an old guy with a scythe, I won't be upset.
There was actually a scene in The Seventh Seal that Bergman cut out where there's just a pile of cucumbers. That's all the guy's doing with the thing. He's just he's gathering them all up and he's going to be harvesting radishes and cucumbers and nothing about that.
Yeah, that would not have had the same effect, I don't think.
And he will never be hungry again.
Yeah, that's it. There's not enough people left from the plague, so who's ever left in Sweden gets to eat all those cucumbers. It works. That's right.
But I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet.
Then should mix those two. That should be a good mashup right there.
Yes.
All right, we are through 2 rounds of the Today Yesterday quiz, and at the end of 2 rounds, the score is Vicki Quade with 4 points, Leslie Hoban Blake with 3 points, and David Sheward with 1 point. So it's still anybody's game. But again, mazel tov Vicki Quade for doing so well this week so far. Are you guys ready for the 3rd and final round?
Okay.
Kind of a whammy you just gave her when you went so far. She's doing fine.
I know.
Like that.
I know. I've been cursed all of a sudden. If I lose,
it's on me. All right, here we go.
That's where you live, David. Be careful.
Yeah. Here's our first question of the 3rd round that goes directly to David Sheward. So, David, you can pull into a tie with Leslie if you get this question right. 1923 was the year. Debuting today and running until 1991 is this comic strip by Frank Willard, all about a tough-talking, brawling, high-living, but lovable rogue whose cohorts include his kid brother K.O., Lord Plushbottom, and Mushmouth. Name that alliterative strip.
Oh, wait a minute. Mushmouth. Lord Plushbottom.
Yes.
And the brother's name is K. I should know this. And it started in 1920 something. 1923,
debuting today, and it ran all the way till 1991.
Oh, let me see. KO. I'm probably going to kill myself when I hear it. It's not. Okay, it's not Gasoline Alley. It's not Little Orphan Annie. Let me see.
it's alliterative.
Alliterative.
Don't help him.
I don't mind.
I know, right?
Sorry, Leslie. Just trying to help.
Thank
No,
you.
Theater
no,
people always help
we
each
keep
other.
those to
Yeah.
ourselves.
Not Crazy Cat, because that was a woman. KO. I should know this. KO. His brother is KO.
Correct.
Little Plush Bottom.
Right.
And Mushmouth. It's not Crazy Cat. It's not Alley Oop, because that's not alliterative. It's not the Cats and Jammer Kids. I don't know. Comic strip. It's not Felix the Cat. It's not Crazy Cat. It's not Popeye the Sailor. Was it a boxer of some kind? And God, I can't think of it. I'm gonna say I'll say Alley. It's not a Crazy Cat. I don't know.
Crazy Cat is your
Crazy Cat. Yeah.
Well, hold on, I gotta think of a cat joke. 1 sec.
I've been skinned, or
Something
Maybe-
about meow.
You didn't
Maybe
have
tomorrow
one
will
in
be
your
like-
hip pocket?
It isn't like meow. So no, that is not the correct answer. So David, so we're gonna roll the die, and it comes up number 4, which is closest to David, but also second closest to Leslie Hoban. Like Leslie, do you have an answer for this one?
Well, I was leaning toward Crazy Cat, and thank you, David, for telling me that it was written by a woman. I don't think I knew that.
No, Crazy Cat
I
was.
remember in my history of comic books that I have over there. I remember the strip and what it looked like, but I did not remember that it was written by a woman.
It wasn't written. It was, the
I
character
think
was
Crazy Cat was a female.
Oh, Crazy Cat was a female.
Yes.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, she was a pussy. So there you go.
I have no words. Sorry, I no words.
Should not.
But I started to think when you said mushmouth, and it's not alliterative in the same. I can't come up with Joe Palooka is the thing that comes to my mind, and that ran forever. I remember that as a kid, but it's not alliterative. So Crazy Cat was the only one, and Cats and Jammer Kids were the only ones that had any kind of alliteration to me. But so I'm going to go with Joe Palooka, even though I'm sure it's wrong. But at least it's got characters that sound like they could be around a boxing ring.
Okay, so that is your answer.
Yeah, what the hell? If David doesn't know it, it's okay. But it isn't worth knowing.
Well, I'm afraid the correct answer did not bubble up for you in that particular. Okay, Joe Palooka bubble. Okay, Vicki Quade, do you want to try and steal this one?
I can try. Could you read the question again?
Sure.
Oh, sure. Take a little time on that.
Take time. Well, I'm still thinking.
June 19th, 1923, debuting today and running through 1991, is a comic strip by Frank Willard, all about a tough-talking, brawling, high-living, but lovable rogue whose cohorts include his kid brother K.O., Lord Plushbottom, and Mushmouth. Name that alliterative strip.
I'm thinking things like Dick Tracy, but that's not alliterative. I don't know. I'm going to say Dick Tracy, even though it's not alliterative. Wrong.
Well, I'm afraid a detective won't help you figure out the clues on this one. Maybe you'll kick yourselves and maybe you'll be like, oh, nobody remembers that. But
I can picture what KO looks like, but I can't come up with the name of the strip. I can picture a little kid.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to tell you what. Nobody gets points for this, but if I tell you that the letter is M.
M.
Mighty Mouse.
That's a good answer, but no.
Mr. Magoo?
No. It's not Sunny.
Muddy Waters?
No.
Sunny.
I mean, this is a pretty well forgotten comment.
Yes, obviously,
Yeah.
pretty well and forgotten.
And the answer is Moon Mullins.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
No, I do
Okay.
remember that.
Moon Mullins. Is
Yeah, and didn't KO have like he had a sweater that came up to his mouth like this, and he had long.
Yes, some weird, it was a wide brim, I remember, like a boat neck around his.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, it's been 30 something, obviously, years since it was even in any newspaper. But
Right.
yeah, and Leslie, you remember? I don't remember.
No, I mean, I used to read the Sunday Color Funnies. That was my big thing on Sunday, was to read the Sunday Color. And there was a Moon Mullins at some point.
And
in
did
all
he
of
have
that,
a
but
black derby and smoke a cigar?
I don't remember.
I
Maybe.
obviously don't know much about the strip. I just
We'll have to look him up and find out.
Well, anyway, we still have the same. It's like the horse race again. The leads have not changed. It's still Vicki by a nose over Leslie Hoban Blake and then David Sheward.
We're the two horses, Vicki. We're the two horses that ran
Phillies,
opposite each
you know.
Affirmed and Altamar, whatever that one was.
Two Affirmed and Alador, but yes, with two
Alador.
fillies up against each other, and I do like watching two fine fillies.
No, we're working together.
Oh, here's the thing, Vicki. Though you can really pull into a serious lead now. There's not many questions left.
Go down the stretch. Okay.
Here we go. The year, and this
Can't
is
get off that horse track no matter what I do.
the year 1994. Okay. Closing tonight at the Helen Hayes Theater is the comedy drama Sally Marr and Her Escorts, co-written by and starring Joan Rivers. An actress and comedian herself, Sally Marr was also the mother of Lenny Bruce. Which of these is not true about Lenny Bruce?
Okay.
Whoa, the mind that could come up with that question,
I know.
going around and around. I'm telling
But
you.
here, I just want to show you something.
Oh, okay.
You've got a Lenny Bruce doll?
We show.
Oh,
Whoa!
look at that. So
Yeah.
she knows everything. There
No,
is
I
to
don't.
know.
No, I don't. But I will say that I'm hoping to get it right.
Is that a
Let's take a
documentary
quick-
or a performance film? Is that
It's a performance film.
Oh, okay. So
You want to take a quick 2 hours off and go watch it and then come back and answer the question? We'll wait.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
okay.
we
Okay.
have all
Not
set.
true.
So here's Vic. Which of these is not true about Lenny Bruce?
All right.
A. He once impersonated a priest and raised money for a leper colony. B. Richard Pryor attended one of Bruce's concerts and got arrested along with Lenny. C. He was once roommates with Buddy Hackett. Or D. Bob Dylan wrote a song about him.
I'm going to say Richard Pryor was not arrested along with him. But you know what? No, I take that back because Richard Pryor grew up in Peoria and Lenny Bruce performed in Chicago, close enough that he could have come to Chicago. Impersonated a priest and raised money. That sounds like something Lenny Bruce might do. And what are the other two?
The other two are C. He was once roommates with Buddy Hackett. Or D. Bob Dylan wrote a song about him.
I'm going to say Buddy Hackett. I have not heard that. It's probably true, but I'll say that.
You'll say that is not true.
That's correct. That's what I'm going to say. It's not true.
Well, Vicki Quade, even though you're in the lead on this particular question, you couldn't hack it. That is, they really did. They were together for a bit. So I'm going to roll the die.
Interesting arrangement.
I know, right? It comes up with numero uno, which is closest to Vicki, but second closest to Leslie Hoban Blake. So Leslie.
Oh, no, is it? No. Dave has number 2.
Oh, I have number 2 this
No.
week.
Oh, you have
Yes,
2.
do
That's
I.
right. That's right.
I took
I'm
2
sorry,
this week,
Leslie.
right.
Just trying to, help everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I got it.
So Leslie, I can read the question again. Because
Just read the answers again. I know.
now you
I
don't
know
want to hear
that.
about Sally Marr and
Something about Leslie.
I know all about Sally Marr. Go ahead.
So, well, which of these is not true about her son, Lenny Bruce? A. He once impersonated a priest and raised money for a leper colony. B. Richard Pryor attended one of Bruce's concerts and got arrested along with Lenny. Or D. Bob Dylan once wrote a song about him.
When as far as I know, Bruce got arrested in New York, not in Chicago, but I could be wrong about that. But I was pretty sure it was New York. So I don't know about the Richard Pryor thing because he was West Coast more than East Coast. Except that he was no, that was before his television show. So I'm gonna leave Richard Pryor out of the equation. I'm gonna go with Lenny Bruce. With Bob Dylan did not write a song about him.
That is your answer?
Yeah, that's my guess. That's my educated guess.
Lenny Bruce is dead. And there's a song by Bob Dylan about it that starts with that line. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics, but it was Bob
Well,
Dylan.
it's a walkaway. David's going to get this one for sure.
Not necessarily. It's a 50-50.
You only got a choice of two, David. Come on.
I could miss it. So the two
All right.
remaining.
Two remaining available answers are that is not true about Lenny Bruce. A,
Okay.
he once impersonated a priest and raised money for a leper colony. Or B, Richard Pryor attended one of Buddy's concerts and got arrested along with Lenny.
Now, probably what did happen is that Lenny Bruce impersonated a rabbi and raised money for a leper colony. But the thing that all sounds true. So I'll say the Richard Pryor one
Is not true.
is not true.
Well, maybe your prior answers were incorrect, but this question, you got it right, David Sheward. Well done. So here's the deal. This is what actually happened. Lenny Bruce was arrested a couple of times, and on one particular occasion, George Carlin attended the concert, and the police raided the place, and then they asked everybody in the audience for their ID, to show ID, and George Carlin refused. So they threw him in the back of the van with Lenny Bruce, and they were at the police station together after that concert.
But not Richard Pryor. So the answer is not Richard Pryor.
Carlin, not Richard Pryor.
There are pictures of Lenny Bruce wearing a little bowler hat with a wide brim, going around in some kind of canonical, if that's the right word, outfit.
Well, he did. He raised. The thing was, he. It was sort of real and sort of.
He had no shame whatsoever about anything, so didn't matter.
He raised money for a legitimate thing, an actual leper colony thing, except he was keeping the money until they arrested him, and then he gave like half the proceeds to the leper colony, and then the lawyer got him off. He was never, he never did time for it. So that's Lenny.
Oh, I just wanted to say that one thing about Joan Rivers while she was doing Sally Martin Escorts. It's very funny. I was working at Backstage at the time, and a bunch of us were having lunch together in the theater district, and we were walking back to the office after having lunch, and there was Joan Rivers walking down the street with her agent or manager or somebody, and like 10 seconds, so she's walking down the street, and while she's still within, and I said, oh, there's Joan Rivers, isn't that cool? Then a few minutes, this 6 foot tall, drunken, dangerous Tourette syndrome homeless person comes up to us and says, you got any money? And it was this really scary guy, and I said, no, but you could ask Joan Rivers, I'm sure she has some money. And this guy looks at us and says, Joan Rivers, fuck that bitch.
Nice.
That may have been Edgar. Edgar had some rough times.
Clearly a Johnny Carson fan.
Yeah, we did.
Wow.
I met her.
Oh God, that tops everything. Wow.
I met her at the Boy from Oz, and I said, "Oh, hi." Yeah, and I said, "How are you? It's nice to meet you. What do you think of the show?" And she said, "Anybody who doesn't like this show is an asshole."
That's right.
What did she say when you told her the story, David?
I didn't tell her that
story.
You
didn't tell her. Oh,
I never told her that.
I nearly sent a homicidal homeless to you.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty funny, that we, let's
take him to Joan Rivers.
Go talk to Joan Rivers. I'm sure she's got money.
Wow. And let me tell you something, folks. We have maybe the closest game that we have ever had on yesterday right now. We have Vicki in the lead with 4 points, and then a tie between David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake with 3, which means really it's still anybody's game. This is fantastic. I love this. However, Leslie, you can pull into the lead if you get this question correct. So are you ready, Leslie?
Okay.
for the end of round.
Yeah, it's all
You might
on
actually
me.
have to
Okay,
do a
all right.
tiebreaker. Or well, we'll see. We'll see. Here is the question. The year was 1999. So we're going to party with this question. Novelist Stephen King was walking down the shoulder of Route 5 at 4:30 in the afternoon when a distracted driver hit him and nearly killed him. But he lived to write... That's perfect. He lived to write another day. Which of these is a post-accident Stephen King novel? A. Antic Disposition. B. The Throat. C. Under the Dome. D. Rounding Third Base.
Can I ask a question?
You
Are
can-
are those all legitimate Stephen King books, whether they were before or after the incident, or are they just any titles that you decided to pull out?
I cannot.
Or I don't get to answer them.
I will not. That's...
And that would
Okay,
give
all right.
something away.
I'm sorry, but I just because I was positive that the first one, I think I know who wrote that, and I don't think it was Stephen King. Okay. Antic Disposition, The Throat, Rounding Third Base, and Under the Dome.
correct. One of these is a post-accident Stephen King novel?
I'm going to say The Throat.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, you all are still running neck and neck in this game because that is not the correct answer, Leslie Hoban Blake. So we're going to roll this die. Oh boy, this is getting exciting now. It comes up with the numero cinco, which is closest to, oh boy, it's closest to David Sheward.
Okay.
So
All right.
David Sheward.
What are the remaining titles?
Okay, which of one of these is a post-accident Stephen King novel? Is it A, Antic Disposition, C, Under the Dome, or D, Rounding Third Base?
I don't think it's Under the Dome because I think that was a CBS miniseries about people living that all of a sudden something from outer space comes and puts their city under a dome. So an Antic Disposition and what's the other one is Rounding Third Base. I think it's by process of elimination, I will go with Rounding Third Base.
Is that your final
Right.
answer?
If it weren't, multiple choice, I would have said Christine because a crazy car hurting somebody.
Well,
But
that was
I'll say Rounding Third Base.
Well, David Sheward, I'm afraid you've struck out with that answer. That is not correct. Oh my God, oh my God. With all due respect to everyone, Vicki Quade, Vicki, man, you've got already 4 points. You wanna?
Full ahead,
Well, actually,
getting close to the finish line. My jockey is on.
I
You've already won. You've already won,
You've
Vicki.
won!
Oh,
You won! You can win by 2 more points if you get this
Okay,
correct,
all
but you won! So,
Can't believe
which
it.
of these is a Stephen King book, post-accident? Is it Antic Disposition or Rounding the Dome?
I'm
Under
going to say
Under the
antic.
dome.
Under the
Under
Under the dome, not
Oh,
rounding.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Rounding
Say
under
antic disposition
is
makes sense to me. Is what he wrote. Let's hope.
well. You love my antics here on Dave's Gone By, but that is not the correct.
Oh, it's
It's
under the
But if I know a
dome.
coward, that's why I asked you whether they were all.
Yeah.
Antic Disposition is no coward.
Or it was based on, I think, Hamlet. Or where did that line first come from? Was
That
it
line is from Hamlet, yes.
Hamlet,
Yeah.
yeah.
And by the
Put
way,
on my
The
Antic
Throat
Disposition.
was a Peter Straub book.
Uh-huh.
And even though King has written about baseball, he wrote 2 books about baseball.
Under the dome.
He
Under the
wrote
Dome.
The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon and Blockade Billy. But Rounding Third Base, I just make up. So that's
So maybe the miniseries was based on this.
based on
Probably,
King has so many
sure.
books are. Yeah. Or
He's
some of
had
the-
several things on TV.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Vicki.
Yes.
Vicki Quade. It's not that I'm happy that David Sheward and Leslie Owen Blake didn't win. It's just that it's great to have a new winner, and she's played the game like 3 or 4 times now.
Variety is the spice of life.
Yes.
You never worked for Variety, did you?
No, I'm just
Okay.
no.
David never.
He's a good sport.
Is a very elegant, like when he loses. He doesn't,
Yeah, we wouldn't know because he never loses except today.
That's right. That's right. We have to mark this down and see what he does for future references.
That's true.
Now we have another reason to celebrate Juneteenth.
Yeah.
Yeah. To hell with the Schwarzes. This is the day that Vicki Quade.
David lost.
Dave Lefkowitz, do not say things like that.
All right, I'm just saying.
Even as a joke, I know. Even as a joke, we're all saying.
You never tell me, even as a joke. That phrase never flies with me. Even as a Holocaust, a joke. Dead babies floating in the river. There's a joke in that. 9/11.
Laundry gear.
Yeah. Go if you can go low, I can go lower, and I will force myself to go lower. But anywho, we do have one more question just for funsies.
All right.
I'm surprised that you don't have a total career as a comedian, David. Dave, you have your own little niche. You have your own niche that nobody else would go near with a 10-foot pole.
That's not true.
Your niche.
There are comedians.
Sam Kinison would have gone there.
Tennyson would have and did have. Yeah. He did things about necrophiliacs,
I never liked Kinison, so I don't really know his routine.
Oh! You never liked Kinison? Oh, no.
No, I never liked Kinison. Sorry. No.
Okay. All right. But there's
David,
even...
you just froze. I froze you with that. You froze for a second there.
Oh.
When you went like that, you absolutely froze in that pose, and now you're frozen
poor
again.
David. Look at David. He's weeping.
We're all frozen. Are you moving on your screens? Because my screens are all frozen.
We're moving.
Everything's fine on my end. I'm seeing David's chair. It has movement now. David, did you just finish the movement?
He left and everything froze. That's amazing.
He had to wipe the tears away.
That's what happens when he lost.
Yeah, I was sobbing in the background.
I know.
But you left, and on my screen, everybody froze until you just came back.
I saw the whole thing. It was awful. I saw the whole thing. It was awful. We'll be right back.
David,
and now, a word from our sponsor.
Now, David, now you guys froze. Now you're okay.
We're good.
I'm still here.
I'm still here. Okay.
I've gotten through. Hey, lady. Orange or
All right.
sister.
I have my piece of paper ready.
Okay. And by the way, David, I have to say, with that sock on your hand, you are gracious in defeat. Thank you. All right. David, does Sock have anything more to say, or can we get to the tiebreaker question?
I'll be opening at the duplex next week, and I'll be telling that Joan Rivers story.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
that's my new
that
show.
Easy for you?
And
Easy for you?
Yeah, it's called. My new show is called "Fuck That Bitch."
Now that I might go to.
David, no, even as a joke. Even as a
joke. Listen to the mouth. Do you kiss your wife with that mouth?
Or your husband, David, is going to come to think of it. He's the one who said
I was talking to you, Dave.
Oh, all right. but and by the way, if Sock does appear, I know it's going to be a really big shoe. So here's the question. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. Just can't control my tongue sometimes.
You certainly are.
We have a question, just a tiebreak. It's not untying anything, but we do, just for fun, have one more trivia question for all of you. And so get ready to write the answer, and I'll give a 3, 2, 1 when we're ready. I'll read it twice. You ready? June 19th, 1973. Opening at London's Royal Court Theatre tonight is this musical, whose lesser-known songs include I'm Going Home, Rose Tint My World, and The Sword of Damocles.
Sorry, let me just turn this off.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
One more time, David, please.
Opening at London's Royal Court Theatre tonight in 1973 is this musical, whose lesser-known songs include I'm Going Home, Rose Tint My World, and The Sword of Damocles. David's nodding. Vicky's uncertain. All right, I think we all have answers.
No,
Oh,
I'm trying to think of the name of. I'm blanking on the name of it. I think I know it, but I'm blanking on the name of it. But anyway, all right, go ahead. I'm just going to write something. I'm just writing any old thing. All right.
All right. Did you write something down?
I did.
Here we go.
Sure, it's wrong.
I'll read it one more time and then I'll give it 3, 2, 1. 1973 was the year. Opening at London's Royal Court Theatre is this musical whose lesser-known songs include I'm Going Home, Rose Tint My World, The Sword of Damocles. 3, 2, 1. Let's see them.
I'm putting Gypsy.
Oh, David's got it, of course.
David Sheward. It doesn't count, but David Sheward, yes, indeed.
David's got it, right.
Because, there's Hot Patootie, Bless My Soul, and Sweet Friends, Best Night, and The Time Warp are better-known songs from the Rocky Horror Show.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and well done, David Sheward. But well done to all of you. Well done, Leslie, you came so close. David, had that question been earlier in the quiz, you would have been winner, but Vicky's the winner. Yes, Leslie.
Congratulations. So now can I tell my story about the show on
morning
TV?
show? Yes, what should people watch?
On Antenna TV on Friday, well, actually Saturday morning at like 3:30, 4 o'clock. So it is Saturday morning, 3:34 a.m. There's a back-to-back, the Paul Lynde Show. Did anybody ever see or know of the Paul Lynde Show? In which he played, it's like Bye Bye Birdie, only they took the Bye Bye Birdie family and put it on a TV show. So it's Paul Lynde is married, lives in the suburbs, has 2 children, has a daughter old enough to date or be married. I'm not sure whether it's her husband or not. And it looks like, this is what was hysterical was, it looks like Chrisley Knows Best. Oh. If you've ever watched Chrisley Knows Best on Bravo, there's this so obviously gay man married with children.
Oh, you mean
married
Paul?
with a woman? Yeah, and it's exactly as if they just went to the Paul Lynde Show and lifted it and put it into a reality show. Yeah. And they have equally stupid concepts for it. And it's based on a Nora Ephron play. What the hell play did Nora Ephron ever write?
I know.
What?
It was the play she wrote with her husband. No, her parents. What was that?
What the hell was that?
Whoa, what was that?
I don't know. It was Nora Ephron.
Yeah, really.
It was
the
written by her.
It was Paul Lynde. With us, huh?
It was Paul Lynde saying,
it was the center square.
It was Paul Lynde saying, "How dare you call me gay?"
Right. What was the name of the
The play was called Howie, and it was by her parents, Henry and Pete.
Oh, those Ephrons. Oh,
Yeah.
the other Ephron. It said based on an idea by, based on a play by.
Yeah, and it was a short-lived Broadway comedy about this couple and their new son-in-law.
Okay, yes, there's a son. It's a pre-Meathead kind of son-in-law.
Well,
or maybe it's the same time period.
Yeah, it was the same time period as All in the Family.
Okay.
Oh wow!
I think it ran for just 1 season.
I can't believe it got through an entire season.
And
but then again,
the gimmick was that the son-in-law was really irritating, and he lived in the same house with them. So Paul got to be sarcastic all the time.
Yes, and Paul was conservative, and the son-in-law was very out there. So,
which is
that was part. Well, the one that I saw had to do with a black guy mugs them, the son-in-law and the daughter, at the market, and he brings them home for dinner.
Oh,
and the guy invites his girlfriend, and they hold everybody hostage. This is a comedy to steal all their stuff, and hilarity ensues.
Leslie, on Juneteenth, not even as a joke.
Yeah.
Even as a joke.
But what was also interesting was that the guy who played the son-in-law was this real hunky, attractive, muscular guy.
Blonde guy, right.
This real, and I kept having these images like, what did Paul who was gay, what did he think, during the scenes? What did
Well,
he
in this one, the guy changes the way he dresses. He comes out of his conservative suit and comes down the stairs in this really ultra kind of no cuff, harlequinade tight pants and a black vest that comes down to his knees, kind of thing. And that looked gayer than any of the other outfits he was wearing. So it was very funny.
And the daughter, the younger daughter, was played by Pamela Ferdin, who was the most annoying child actress on television.
Yes, I remember that. Yes, but I did want to say that I do apologize on Juneteenth for throwing around the gay word. Just so you know, I'm not just throwing it around.
You weren't throwing it around. You were describing something.
Yeah, that's fine.
That was my idea of a bad joke.
You. I have a theater critic, two theater critics actually, a theater director here, and a playwright and actress. Well, two actresses, sort of. People who know theater, and people who love words, and people who are writers as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dig yourself out. Keep digging.
Yes.
Keep digging, David.
Yes. Go ahead.
Which of these, I guess it's sort of a multiple choice, is the least offensive idea? Okay. A.
Is there a right answer to this question?
Go ahead.
Maybe there is, but I don't know it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Least offensive.
The idea of fat quadriplegics dancing in the whiz. Okay, Leslie's laughing already.
Go ahead.
Maybe it's not really. Blind quadriplegics dancing in the whiz. Dyslexic quadriplegics dancing in the whiz. Or autistic quadriplegics dancing in the whiz.
As long as they're all African American, it's fine.
That's the right answer, right? It comes. That's the answer.
Are any of you offended by any of those ideas?
No.
Yes, I think dyslexic is a word that should not be used that way.
Really?
How would you tell a dyslexic dancer?
Yeah. Well,
that's what I mean. It's a.
Well, because they say that they had a role in the zoo.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But no. I suppose if it's a comedy musical.
Why not? Why not?
It's all
they're bringing back the Book of Mormon, but they're reassessing the.
Well, we don't know what they're going to do.
We don't know what they're going to do, but I have to tell you that I was one of the vocal few, the really itty bitty minority on that show that said that was the most appalling. The whole Africa bit was so appalling to me.
No, Leslie, I have a dear friend who books for a major theater complex and came to Chicago to see the Book of Mormon and stayed with me. And he said, I can't invite you. I just got one ticket. I'm sorry. I said, that's okay. Go. When the door opened, he opened the door and he said, honey, I'm home. Then he plopped down in a chair and said, that was the worst 2 hours of my life, but it'll sell like crazy.
Oh.
Well, you have to admit, I love the opening. I love the elders. I love the whole anti-Mormon stuff. That was fine. It was when these two snarky white guys got to Africa. I mean, the writers, and what they and their nightmare version of what it would have been.
But
and that was where they lost.
It's a cartoon. It's not realistic.
Well,
I watched. That's the difference. They was played on stage 3-dimensionally. I watched the show. I go back in and I dip in and I watch it now. Yes, I watched South Park, and I didn't mind what's her name with her head half off. Who was that?
What's her name? Mrs. Jokes on Dick? No, who?
No. She's the one who's trying to get back her autonomy. She's still around. She used to be on the Mickey Mouse Club. What the hell is her name?
Annette from the children? What?
Let it pass that I might remember it. I don't mind it when Jesus and Muhammad have a fight and one of them gets killed. Any of that stuff is fine with me. I don't mind Mr. Hanky, who's a piece of poo, which David would love. I don't mind Mr. Hanky. That's not Mr. Hanky. Mr. Hanky is a little skinny piece of poo. Anyway, that's like Mr. Hanky's overweight grandfather or something. But in any case, I can almost smell that from here. In any case, nothing bothers me on that show. They also have a NAMBLA thing that they do. I mean, nothing bothers me. It's a cartoon. They can say whatever they want to. I could not handle live people saying things like they're going to fuck babies to cure AIDS. I'm sorry. It was not
Leslie,
funny.
I fucked
David,
babies. There's nothing softer in the. With all due respect to my wife, you slide into a baby's ass. There is nothing there.
Oh, you're going bad places.
Really bad.
If the
Really
baby
bad,
is full, your dick actually goes through its throat, out its mouth every time.
Oh,
No, really bad.
now we're into what was that movie, The Aristocrats? Remember that?
Yes.
The Aristocrats.
Yes.
yes,
I thought I was gonna die.
I love the Aristocrats. That's hysterical. I,
so hard
love that.
and there were people leaving the theater. There were people halfway through. They were getting up and walking out.
Halfway through. I mean, they didn't even get halfway through.
But notice how everybody, Vicki, you were watching the first part of the show, so you know what I'm talking about. You know that it's not a fight at all, but that I am, I had to, or I was requested to change a line in my play. And that was the line. And notice how everybody has a different take.
A level, I know, but by whom? Who asked you to change the line?
A different little part of the envelope. Leslie, I missed.
Who asked you to change the line? That's the question.
It was a request, not an order in any way, shape, or form.
Who asked you?
The literary person at the theater that is going to be doing my one-act play on July 12th.
Oh, the new one. Oh, yes.
Yes, Restoration Playhouse. So, this play, and I hate people who are offended on behalf of others. If you're personally offended...
Sorry, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so...
That's exactly what happened. Sorry.
So my line about fat quadriplegics, I changed to autistic quadriplegics. So in the hopes that they won't find that one offensive. So I guess my line was sizist, or I went wrong and I should have changed quadriplegics and left fat.
Is this sizist? Is this to show sizist?
This should really be.
So that's in your play? That thing that you just threw at us as a question is in your play?
Yes.
Upcoming award-winning play.
My award-winning play.
And when is it coming up? When is it going to be?
Thank you for asking, Leslie. It is going to be, I believe it's a Monday. It's July 12th. It's a virtual performance from the Red Bull Theater Company that most of you have heard of. Red Bull Theater.
I love the Red Bull.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey, Jesse Berger, I love the Red Bull.
Right.
So what I want you to do is make sure you send it to me, please. Send me the link or send me the information.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if you can get in free. You might have to make a little donation.
I don't mind making a donation. I could.
Well, then send me a check. Fuck the theater, Leslie.
No, I was trying to. I think that the Red Bull deserves my money. They have given me great entertainment. I think they really
except
have
for that night. And then you'll get to my
really.
Do you have a cameo on the kick line, Dave?
What cameo? Oh,
do you have a cameo on the kick line?
You're talking about David Sock here. David Sheward Sock is.
Well, I'm talking about you, Dave. Do you have a cameo? It could be the sock too.
I'm highly offended that I was not cast in the Heights.
Oh.
No, sorry, Sock. You're too white.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to give Leslie the last choke on that.
That's what Lin-Manuel Noriega told me at the casting session. He said, "You're too white, bitch."
Joyce, did you get the thing I sent you about Manuel?
Yes.
Go audition for the Music Man.
You're welcome.
You could be Sutton Foster's understudy.
No, for that you're too fat. Sorry, for that you're too fat. Sorry, I got one for everything. You can.
Anywho, wow, what a.
You would have to have a tube sock that was like shrunk down and not ever worn to be Sutton Foster.
An anklet.
An anklet, right.
Well, anklet very much to all of you for being with us in the Daverhood today. Let me remind folks, please, and thank you, this may have been my favorite yesterday segment ever. So thanks to all of you for that. First of all, Vicki Quade, the winner of the quiz. Vicki, remind people they can go to the Greenhouse. This is in person. It's not a virtual thing.
In person, starting September 10th in Chicago, Greenhouse Theater Center. Also, my book, Close Encounters of a Chicago Kind.
That's already available. People can get that
online. Close Encounters of a Chicago Kind.
What's the website?
Yeah. Oh, it's Eckhart's Press. ECKHARTZ Press.
Right, HARTZ. Wow.
No,
okay.
Eckhart's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's two people's names.
Oh, okay. Anywho, all right, Leslie Hoban Blake, you are now. I assume, did you ever finish the Robert Biagas thing, or?
Believe it or not, now we're waiting for him to send us photos. I finally got into it. I got all of the photos that I could get from online, but there was some that he had to send, and he gave me a note saying, "Could I have 2 or 3 days?" I said, "Sure, Robert. It's a month late now. What do I care? You know, you're the editor. It's no longer my fault, so I'm okay with it. Should be finished by next week. I hope it's worth waiting for, folks. I really do."
Well, Robert's a really good interview. So
Oh,
I imagine
he's
it
a
will be.
wonderful guy. And he introduced us to his new lady wife, and you know, there are other things in it that are quite lovely.
It's actually his old lady. That was his first crush girlfriend that he reconnected with after all those years. So yay! But anywho, when it is ready, people can see it on YouTube on the Critic Circle YouTube channel, and they can also watch Leslie and co-host Charlie Gross on the Two on the Aisle channel, also on YouTube.
Well, these days, David, Charlie put up a something from the 1990s, maybe, that he did with it, maybe something he did with, his former co-host.
Oh, Jeff Goodman.
Jeff Goodman. So that's been running for the last 2 or 3 weeks because we don't have any new material yet.
Okay, that's
fine. I was in a funk for one reason. I think he's been in a funk for another reason. So we're going to pull ourselves out of our funks and start back.
Well, if you let me on the show, I would bring in the noise, and you two could bring in the funk. So there. David Sheward, read him at his blog, The David Desk, and then, of course, for the theater ones, Cultural Day. Well, I've lost it.
Used to be Cultural Weekly, now it's Cultural Daily.
Cultural Daily and TheaterLife.com. That's where we've been writing about all these Broadway shows announcing reopening dates. Right. What are you writing about for the blog?
Oh, well, same thing. I put it on the blog, then it goes on the other two theater, and the Carol stuff about the Carol Burnett show, whatever political thoughts I have, and just whatever comes into my mind. The next thing will probably be about the Carol Burnett show, maybe about Mitch McConnell, maybe about...
Have any of you seen the Michael Feingold incredibly long blogs about classic movies?
No, I think I've seen,
It went on for 2 days. I mean, I loved it. I love anything Michael writes. I think he's a brilliant writer.
Oh, yes.
But I kept waiting for it to end, and then I was waiting for it to end, and then it didn't end. And I mean, he took one of my favorite films, Children of Paradise, and he just, like the commas and the fractions and the, and I thought, who the hell can do? I mean, I can't.
Michael Feingold could.
Like that.
You're not even mentioning. I see on your Facebook page, you not deconstruct, but you do a nice brief construction of recent movies that you've been watching. Am I wrong about this? Am I thinking of somebody else, David?
Me?
Yeah.
David Barber.
Oh, maybe.
Is he doing that? Really?
Barber. Yeah, David Barber, who is also, I think he's the current co-president of the drama.
He is.
Oh,
the drama desk, yes.
Yeah, he's been doing stuff on Facebook about, he's called it Shelter at Home Cinema, and his posts on Facebook are very, very interesting.
Well, I'm sorry, I was a hair's breadth away from being correct.
Nobody beats Steve Hayes.
Well,
nobody beats Steve Hayes,
yes,
the old
Steve
queen.
Hayes
He has carved himself a niche.
He's very
he
fun.
has merchandise. He is phenomenal. I love him. I loved him.
Yeah, Steve Hayes has a YouTube channel called Tired Old Queen at the Movies, where he deconstructs movies, which is a lot of fun.
And he starts the show. He opens his door and he says, "Hello, Johnny. Come on in, and I'll tell you all about it." And then he deconstructs, and he has photos, and it's wonderful. But it's just the right length. It's not 14 pages.
4 minutes.
I've got to maybe get him as a guest if he's.
I'm gonna write that down. Yeah.
Oh yes, definitely look
He's
up
great.
Steve.
He's
See
great.
if you can get him on.
Well, you guys are great too. It's such an honor, such a pleasure to have all of you. Vicki, David, Leslie, thanks.
Congratulations, Vicki.
Yes.
No, Leslie, it was all you. It was just your karma.
Congratulations.
Good sports.
Better luck next time, David.
Yeah. David, he wants revenge now.
That's fine. That's fine.
David, you did your best.
You were special, David.
I had better things to do than to sit around.
That's right. Sock it to us, Dave. All right.
Oh, good one. Okay.
Bye-bye, guys.
Everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. And David and Leslie, I hope to see you next week. I'll see you guys.
Okay.
And Vicki, you'll be back on soon. I know that for sure.
I would love to.
Bye-bye.
Thank
I
you.
survive
Bye.
a trip to Connecticut, I'll be here.
Okay, sounds good. Bye-bye, and we're back with
Insane.
more of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream. I haven't said that in a long time. I don't know why. But we're here live on this Saturday, June 19th, 2022, Juneteenth, for the, I know it's chilly in here, but I like it, the 803rd episode, see there, 803, of Dave's Gone By. We're calling it Gotcha because we gotcha with great entertainment, don't we? So we have a bit more to do on this program. We're going to go inside Broadway. We have Greeley Crimes Old Times and our Colorado Limerick of the Dam. So do not go away. I know it's overtime. I know we always say 9 until noon or thereabouts. This is the thereabouts portion of Dave's Gone By. Since we were talking with theater critics, let's talk a little bit about the theater. Since as you've been hearing all morning, I'm a playwright. I've also been, I'm trying to kill a little, like, gnat in front of the computer. That's why I'm making all these weird motions. As opposed to the weird motions I normally make anyway. So, yes, I'm also a theater journalist and a playwright. I've directed a little bit. I've certainly been an actor and a director. So I love the theater, I love talking about that and sharing that with you in a little segment that we like to call Inside Broadway. Inside Broadway, a look at theater on and off Broadway and beyond. Brought to you by Total Theater and Performing Arts Insider. Curtain going up. Inside Broadway we go, and we do this every week, just to, and I've said this before, everybody knows about movies, everybody knows about the big TV shows happening and songs, but you know what? Broadway's going to be happening again sooner than you know, and you should know about that too. It's very important and beloved entertainment and art form. And so, hold on, let me get that ready. So, I just want to give you some news of the theater this coming week. Now, Joyce, hold your ears, because one more Broadway show is coming back. And it's not one of those that was playing when the pandemic happened or was in the landing dock or the loading dock. This was a show that had its run for a while, and then it ended, I think, in early 2020 or late 2019. But the improv, hip-hop, rap kind of show, Freestyle Love Supreme, co-created by Thomas Kail and Lin-Manuel Miranda. They're bringing that back to Broadway. It's going to be at the Booth Theater starting on October 19th. So that one came out of left field, really. That was a show that ran, and it started off Broadway like 15 years ago. It made it to Broadway because of Lin You-Know-Who, and now they're bringing it back. It's going to be playing Freestyle Love Supreme. But we have some bit of happy news. Not much, but I'm going to save it to the very end because all the rest of this is sad. I'm sorry to say that. We have to say farewell to a bunch of people who passed away, Broadway theater people who died this past week. First of all, actually, this person died in April, and word of his passing just came out 2 days ago. John Paragon, age 66. He apparently died a few weeks back. Born in Anchorage, Alaska, grew up in Fort Collins, Colorado. Who knew? Then he moved to LA. He became one of the groundlings, one of those really important improv comedy people who went on to influence comedy for a whole generation. And among his cohorts at the Groundlings were Phil Hartman and Pee Wee Herman. Well, of course, John Paragon became Jambi the Genie. First when Pee Wee was doing his show at the Roxy, and then the Saturday morning CBS TV show Pee Wee's Playhouse. And he even reprised Jambi when Paul Reubens did Pee Wee's Playhouse on Broadway in 2010. And just so you know, he's not a one-trick pony, John Paragon collaborated with Cassandra Peterson to create her character of Elvira, that you saw introducing horror and spooky, creepy, bad movies for all those years. So farewell to John Paragon. Also gonna do a farewell to actor John Gabriel. He made it to the age of 90. He was born, who knew this? Jack Monkarsh, to Polish Jewish parents, and he spent many years on TV in Ryan's Hope. He was actually an Emmy nominee for that. And here's the deal. This is the sad part, I guess, of his life. He could have been a whole lot more famous and wealthy if things had turned out a different way, because he played the professor on the pilot episode of Gilligan's Island. He wasn't picked up. It went to, I forget, I'm sorry, the other guy's name, but he could have been the prof. He wasn't. However, he did have a long-standing career in television, and hey, he also did some theater work. He was a standby in the Robert Goulet musical The Happy Time, all the way back in 1968. He was a replacement actor in the big musical Applause. That was the one that starred Lauren Bacall back in 1970. And he was off Broadway in 1985 in a play called Fighting International Fat. I had never heard, this is the weirdest part of this. Fighting International, I'd never heard of this play until, as I said, a couple of days ago. And we've heard it now because it's going to come up again in the news this week. But he was in that show back in 1985. Anyway, farewell to actor John Gabriel. And of course, this one everybody knows. Farewell to the great Ned Beatty, who died at the age of 83 on June 13th. Born in Louisville, he died of natural causes, which is really cool. He started in barbershop quartets, and then started doing shows at the Barter Theater in Virginia and Actors Theater of Louisville. And then when he started movies, his career kind of took off. He got a Best Supporting Actor nomination in Network, a very popular film. He's in so many roles. All the President's Men, Silver Streak, Nashville, Superman, Friendly Fire, the TV movie. He got an Emmy nomination for that. He was in Spielberg's 1941, Back to School. He got Game, Toy Story 3. He was a voice in that. He was also in Charlie Wilson's War. And then he was actually on a TV sitcom very briefly. They did a show around his character called Siznik.
Siznik?
The name of the show, can you imagine this? Back in the day, they took a chance in 1977 on a TV comedy, SZYK, which I assume is pronounced Siznik. Go figure that it did not last. And what else? He had a recurring role on Roseanne on TV. And you remember him from Homicide, that wonderful series? In everything. He will still, always and forever, be best known for...
Being a potato.
No, potatoes don't talk like that. That's it. Never. Not even as a joke, Mommy. Not even as a joke.
His shirt's falling off.
He was, Ned Beatty was, in the famous rape scene in Deliverance. Of course, he was the squeal like a pig boy, which apparently was sort of improvised among the actors when John Boorman was directing that classic film. So, and he will be known forever for that. But he was also in the life and times of Judge Roy Bean. And yes, he did do some theater. He played several small roles in the 1968 play The Great White Hope with James Earl Jones and Jane Alexander. And I remember seeing this. He played Big Daddy in a 2003 revival of Tennessee Williams' Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, which also featured Ashley Judd and Jason Patric. And he won, Ned Beatty did, the Drama Desk Award for that. So a big, big squeal like a sad pig. Farewell. I don't know why that's... For the late Ned Beatty. Gone, but never, ever, ever. Dang, 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 dang. Squeal, boy. Oh.
David, you're upsetting me. Today's show was offensive on
so many levels. Well, I didn't write Deliverance. I didn't make the movie.
Everything. Things
Yes.
came out in the show that horrified me.
That's the point. That's my comedy. Anywho, this is also my magazine. It's called Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. It has been around since 1944. So no, I didn't start it. I kind of inherited it from Richmond Shepard. But here, this is the journal that people in the entertainment industry, not just theater, but anybody who needs to know what's happening in New York theater needs to subscribe to Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. Let's take a look inside, shall we? We shall. So, right on the second page, we make sure to keep a guide to the upcoming Broadway season, which will be comprising shows from the past Broadway season that temporarily went on hiatus for 14, 15 months, plus shows that were about to open that will open now, plus shows they're planning for 22 and 23. All of that on one page, plus a table of contents for the magazine, and even a little map of the Broadway Theater District. What? You're not convinced that you need this magazine yet? Okay. Next page. A guide to every single theater on Broadway.
Next page.
What is the address, if you want to go to it? How many seats does it have if you're thinking of booking it or producing a show there? And what shows are in there playing currently? How long are they going to be there? When will it open up? This is hugely important for people in the theater industry. And then we move forward to a guide to the press agents, the people who handle all the Broadway shows. If you want to get to an actor or a director or a designer, these are the folks that you contact first. They're the first line of defense for a show. We have their emails, we have their phone numbers and addresses. And then more importantly, here we come to the guide that is going to become more and more relevant as these weeks go on. When are shows starting previews, opening, closing on Broadway, and this is, you can't find this anywhere else, off and off Broadway as well. Day by day, a calendar listing. We also have our guide to virtual theater. So, you know, even though theater's starting up again very slowly, if you're sitting home at your computer, you're still going to want to watch theater online, on YouTube or on Zoom, or from theater companies doing what they do directly. This is a guide to that. And then the main part of Performing Arts Insider, every single issue, our comprehensive guide to every single show on, off, and off Broadway. Look at all this, look at all the data, all the facts for every show. Everyone involved, sometimes their contact information directly or their agents or managers, the producers, the press agents, the synopsis of the show, the list of everyone in the cast and the designers, the creators, the theater that it's in, the dates that it's playing. Remember, yeah, you can find a lot of this for all the Broadway shows, but we do it for off and off Broadway too. And there's an index in the back. You can't afford to be without Performing Arts Insider when the Broadway season and off-Broadway season starts up again. Find out more, performingartsinsider.com, performingartsinsider.com. It's a monthly magazine. You can get it good old-fashioned hard copy, or if you want to save a little money, they can just email you the issue. Either way, it remains the Bible of Broadway. Well, speaking of Broadway, I have two more items of Broadway lore to tell you, one sad and one kind of happy. Well, it's not as if this was unexpected, but farewell to actress Lisa Baines, who passed away at age 65 on June 14th, just a couple of days ago. She was in the hospital for a couple of weeks, suffering from terrible injuries she received from a hit-and-run motor scooter. They just bashed into her on the street of New York, and she never recovered. Though not a star name, she appeared in bunches of TV shows and movies like The Trials of Rosie O'Neill, Son of the Beach, Royal Pains. She was also in the movies Young Guns, Cocktail, and Gone Girl.
Oh, Jeffrey Mosher gave you a thumbs up.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And she studied at Juilliard. She made her Broadway debut back in 1988 in the Neil Simon comedy Rumors. She was also in Tom Stoppard's Arcadia, when that debuted on Broadway in 95. In 1998, she had a major role in the musical High Society with Melissa Errico, our friend of the Daverhood, and a then unknown Anna Kendrick. 2009 saw her off Broadway because she spent a lot of time doing movies and TV, but she came back to the theater in a revival of the play Accent on Youth which also featured David Hyde Pierce at Manhattan Theatre Club. She was in a revival of Present Laughter with Victor Garber and Harriet Harris in 2010, and those were all Broadway shows. She did a ton of off-Broadway, including a 1980 Look Back in Anger for a very, very young roundabout theater company featuring Malcolm McDowell. She was also the lead in a play at the Public Theater in 1982. She played Antigone there. And then in 1984, she was in Wendy Wasserstein's Isn't It Romantic? She did a play in 1985 at Playwrights Horizons called Fighting International Fat, which we now remember also starred the late John Gabriel. And then her last theater show in New York was only a couple of years ago. In 2018, she went back to Manhattan Theatre Club for the two-character play The Niceties, where she played a white professor, speaking of Juneteenth, dealing with a black college junior. So farewell, farewell to Lisa Baines. All right, bit of sadness there, but now we end on a very happy note. I'm one of the people, I guess I'm proud to say, being a member of the American Theater Critics Association and Drama Desk and the Outer Critics Circle, I, along with several dozen others, get to vote on inductees to the Theater Hall of Fame. There really is a Theater Hall of Fame. It's not like in Canton, Ohio. It's just basically a wall in the Gershwin Theater on Broadway inscribed with the names of legends of the American theater. Well, the new Sorry?
Are you in there?
I just get to vote. But after the production of Restoration Playhouse on July 12th, they're going to put my name right smack on that wall. They will indeed. And it will be up with these brand new names that are going on the wall. These were the folks that were voted on weeks and weeks ago for the Theater Hall of Fame. Leslie Uggams, our friend of the Daverhood, Alan Menken, well deserved. Lynn Nottage, the playwright.
Are these people nominated or in?
They're in. They're in. So what happens, I can divulge how it works is all these theater critics get a list of people who are eligible because they have to have been doing theater work for at least 25 years. Yeah. So you get a list of, and they're actors, directors, critics, designers, producers, people who contribute to Broadway and theater all over the country. So you get to choose from this list of like 50 people who this year, there's like 6 or 7 slots. Plus, you're allowed to recommend people for the next year in case there are people who've been left off. Oh yeah. So I do that. All my critic cohorts do that as well. And so this year they picked Leslie Uggams, Alan Menken, Lynn Nottage, Anna DeVere Smith from basically whose career rests on 2 important plays, but they're 2 very good ones, Twilight Los Angeles and Byers in the Mirror, designer Bob Crowley, and the late director Gerald Freeman. All of them going up on that wall in the Theater Hall of Fame, which makes me say, as I do every single week, ain't Broadway grand?
It's the famous gay white way, where the night is bright as day. Ain't Broadway grand? It's not just a thoroughfare, it's a tingle in the air. Ain't Broadway grand? It's excitement, it's romance, it's all fun and song and dance. This wonderland, you can be a millionaire quicker here than anywhere. Ain't Broadway grand?
You audition very well, you're in great form, you can tell. Ain't Broadway grand? As you do your last take, we'll call you is all they say. Ain't Broadway grand? Then it happens they pick you, and your dream is coming true. Just as you planned. And that opening night is here, and the critics rave and cheer. Ain't Broadway grand?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is grand, and it's a grand morning or early afternoon for comedy here on Dave's Gone By, our 803rd episode of the show. We still have more to do. It's 25 after 12 in the afternoon. We still have to go all the way to Greeley, Colorado, where the Greeley Tribune newspaper still is the paper of record there. It's online all the time. They put out a hard copy still 4 times a week with news of northern Colorado. But the important thing for us is that they have 2 columns in there every week, all about, well, one of them has to do with phone calls coming into the police dispatch of people who see weird things in the neighborhood and think the police should check it out. Well, generally they do, and they find that it's just weird stuff. They collect them all as public record and put them in a column called Cop Blog in the Greeley Tribune. And also every week in the Greeley Tribune, our friend of the Daverhood, Mike Peters, goes through the newspapers from Greeley 100 years ago, back in 1921. I made a boo-boo. But it's a correctable boo-boo here. It goes from the newspapers back in 1921, 100 years ago, and finds the most nostalgic, cutest, funniest things that were in the paper back in the day. And that they call 100 years ago. We mix both of those things up, and we create our weekly show, or our weekly segment called Greeley Crimes and Old Times. La 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 la, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Greeley Crimes and Old Times here on this Saturday morning, June 19th, 2021. So are you ready for some criminality and some nostalgiality?
I don't know what I did with where'd you put the phone? Back in the other room?
Yeah, I don't remember. Both of us must have taken it away last week. We have a new prop, my friends. This is so exciting. Probably brought it back into the other room. Listen, you can use this if you want.
Hold on.
Oh, Joyce is running to get the most important sound effect, the phone call, because a lot of these, remember, it's people calling the police department saying, hello, help, this is happening. And so that is shared with readers of the Greeley Tribune, and we share it with you here on Dave's Gone By. Oh. That was a little tinkle, so I have to change my underpants. But here we go. There it is. Oh, I hear the phone ringing already.
It's like 20 degrees colder.
A caller on 35th Avenue reported 2 people. I just realized I hold this always like I do in the office to my left ear because this is my deaf ear, but it really doesn't matter what ear. I actually do. It really doesn't.
It's a prop, honey.
I can hold this thing to my ass.
It's a prop, honey.
Yeah.
It's not real.
Let me just hold this to my balls. Okay, here we go.
It's not real, honey.
A caller on 35th Avenue reported a man was holding a sign that said, quote, too ugly to prostitute on the front and, quote, I love women on the back. The caller was offended by the sign and was worried he was trying to prostitute women.
No.
Even as a joke. Even as a joke.
Oh.
No. Oh, there's another caller. Very young caller.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, here he is. A caller on 8th Street reported 2 people, not 1, but 2 people. Let's just hope this wasn't, well, yeah, that is the appropriate sound. 2 people urinating in the back alley and having intercourse. I'm hoping they did one before the other.
That's one hell of a bar.
Yeah.
That's like a bar scene or something.
I don't know. And then another caller 1 block over on 9th Street. Ooh, hello. Don't hang up. The caller called to ask if it was illegal for their roommate, hypothetically, to skin a dead fox. I guess it wouldn't be, would it? It was dead already. You know, if somebody asked if they could skin a dead fox, you know what I answer? What fur? Yeah, it's a little fox joke. Okay, one more crime. A caller near the Greeley Mall. A caller near.
Wait. Oh no, not that.
A caller near the Greeley Mall called to report that the church nearby was too loud. It's like, you're near the mall. Well, malls are generally not very noisy except for the damn music they play.
Well, I'll tell you, so my mother and father live next to a church.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes it is very loud.
Really?
Yeah, they sing and stuff. There's a lot of singing.
Is it a Baptist?
No, it's just some kind of Christianity. They just sing.
And they throwing
And
snakes
organ,
around and shaking?
And the organ, you know,
Oh, yeah. I know I'm loud when I'm touching my organ. So there you go. Let's do some old-timey stuff. Since this is Greeley Crimes Old Times, this is material, or these are things that were found in the newspaper 100 years ago. Oh, honey, we missed it. We missed it because we weren't alive back then. I'll bet you didn't know that last week the Swastika Club had their annual dinner. Oh. And I feel like I'm there because the Tribune notes, tables were attractively decorated with pink baskets.
Oh, but the swastika in another culture is a symbol of peace.
Oh, sure. I mean, the Indians used it. It was never a problem until Hitler, turned it into a thing. Now it kind of is. Huh? Oh, yeah. Now, even as a joke. But,
Wait, thanks to your talking, Facebook is to update its community standards as to what it considers satire.
Who wrote that? Did Facebook say that to me?
No, I see that. I was looking up something on Facebook.
Oh.
And that came up 1 hour ago. I think it's driven by... I'm going to post that on your... Can I post it on Facebook?
Please do. I love that. What is considered satire? Yeah. Like, if you mean it as a joke, even if the joke flops, it's a joke. Thank you. All right, so, well, this is unbelievably important here. Here it is. Are you ready, babe? I need noise. I'm going to need some noise. We not only have... Oh, you okay? Better hold it out here. Not only do we have an eighth alert, but this is an ancient eighth alert. This is an eighth alert from 100 years ago. What that means is, for those of you who've never seen this show before, that we're reading all these stories about Greeley, Colorado.
Like a hamster bashing them.
Thank you. That's my wife plays it out, calling me like a hamster.
They're going to change their community standards.
Yeah, they're probably watching this show. Yeah. And let's see, I use the word schwarzes, the F word, the S word.
They're talking about different, like hate speech. And
that's me.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I do every possible hate I create hate speech. So here's the deal. 8th Street and 8th Avenue in Greeley, Colorado is the vortex of all weird things that, all the homeless, all the crazies, all the stuff that the aliens that the government won't admit to. The things that they're doing in America, they're basically located right at 8th and the juncture of 8th Street and 8th Avenue in Greeley, Colorado. So we alert you to. We do an 8th and 8th alert when we get them. This happened on 8th and 8th. A poor man who ate a dish of ice cream at the Morrison Confectionery Parlor at 808 8th Avenue. That couldn't get better unless it was 888 8th Avenue. 808 8th Avenue. Then snuck out without paying the 10-cent bill
Hey,
But-
talk about your ice cream story.
Oh, I will. He returned 10 years later to pay his debt.
Wow.
It had been his first time back in Greeley, Colorado after the ice cream incident,
Wow.
and he offered to pay 20 cents for interest on what he took, but the owner said he owed only 10 cents.
Wow.
They actually made him pay, but all right, I would do that. I'd be like, "Yep, you paid. Give me the dime." You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of interest.
Yeah, I would say, okay, I'll take the 10 cents as a tip and for whatever. But you know, nice story from 8th and 8th from literally 100 years ago. Here's another piece from 100 years ago, a personal advertisement. Notice, big capital letters, notice, after this date, I will not be responsible for any bills contracted by my wife, Myrtle Zagman. Signed, Peter Zagman. There's a marriage for you.
I like
There, that's Edward Albee territory right there. Oh boy. Anywho, let's get back to some more recent criminality here on Greeley Crimes and Old Times. A caller. Oh. My phone's volume is broken there a little bit. There we go. A caller on 26th Avenue reported a man walking around the area with his bicycle and hiding behind trees. Why? First of all, he's walking his bicycle instead of riding it, and then hiding, which, you know, if you have a bicycle, it's rather hard to hide behind a tree. Because even if you hide the front part of you, you know, and you keep the bike this way, anybody passing that way kind of sees the bike. I don't get it. Anywho, by the way, a woman on 8th Avenue, but probably not 8th Street, reported, quote, a monster was attacking someone, and that, there was a human stuck in his throat.
Oh.
Yep. Meth is good, kids. Let me tell you. A woman on 13th Street called concerned about, quote, an unusually high number of dead squirrels around her neighborhood. She was worried that someone was poisoning them. That would make me sad too. I don't know if I'd call the cops about it, but still. Speaking of bicycles, we have another item from recent times. A caller on 12th Street reported a girl on a bike who stole a pair of shoes off of someone's porch. The caller said the girl had a spray paint can and she lit a paper towel on fire. So she's got the shoes, she's got spray paint, and a paper towel. What satanic ritual, what witchcraft is this woman?
David, she's just a cleaning lady.
That's right.
She's just a cleaning lady.
I can't even begin. Let's go elsewhere. One thing we do on Greeley Crimes Old Times is we do find one story from somewhere else in the world that isn't Greeley, Colorado. Something fun to share with you here on Dave's Gone By. Oh, Leslie would love this. This is great. Pooey, this is for you. Dateline, Utah, and a story in Science Magazine written by Andrew Curry. Every meal that you eat is digested with the help of bountiful bacteria thronging your intestines. Those bacteria become part of what you excrete. But now, 1,000-year-old piles of dried out poop are offering insights into bacterial ecosystems in the human gut that have been changed by sanitation, processed foods, and antibiotics. So in this study, researchers analyzed ancient DNA from coprolites. Do you know what coprolites are, hon?
Cockroaches?
Nope. They're preserved feces.
Oh.
Somebody preserved, or like God preserved it
Preserves
somehow,
feces.
under the iceberg, found in rock shelters of Utah.
How do you preserve feces?
I think the world, I think somehow it doesn't just melt away. If you put it somewhere, it dehydrates, but the actual shell of it must still stay. Like, can I ask you a question? Like, if someone was buried
Yeah,
4,000 years ago,
like a mummy.
well, not preserved, just buried in like a pine, like my dad. If someone was buried in a pine box, right, with no preservatives,
Yeah,
do their bones stay
yeah.
forever?
I don't know forever, but for a while.
Well, for a while, yeah, but like in 1,000 years, are the bones gone, or they're just bones?
That's not what I do, honey. I
I don't know. Well, what I'm saying is, I guess if you have feces, you can preserve it. And they found some in these rock shelters. Says Stanford University biologist Justin Sonnenberg, quote, "These paleo feces."
Oh, God.
Paleo feces. I'm not pale, I'm dark brown. They are the equivalent of a time machine. It's kind of a shame H.G. Wells didn't go there with this book, huh? Over the past millennium, the human gut has experienced, quote, an extinction event, losing dozens of species and becoming significantly less diverse. Now even our bowels need diversity training. This low diversity leads to the diseases of civilization, which include diabetes, obesity, and allergies. So here's what happened. The coprolites found in Mexico yielded 181 genomes that confirm that ancient people ate maize and beans. There you go. The Utah poopers ate a more eclectic, fiber-rich diet, including prickly pear, rice grass, and grasshoppers. The bacteria in the coprolites were more diverse than ours, and they also had no markers for antibiotic resistance. And by the way, because feces are not considered human remains under U.S. law, early research did not bother much with ethics. But when this group of researchers reached out to tribes in the Southwest, some said the samples were a link to their ancestors, and they were upset about not being consulted earlier that these things were being used for research. So the study now includes an ethics statement, the first for a paleofecal paper.
Wow. There goes my line of research now, right?
I mean, what is the question that they ask on? Do you consent to our grabbing a pile of shit your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother dropped 3,000 years ago? It's like, yes, I consent. You may take her crap. Oh, man. I take crap from everyone, ladies and gentlemen. But here on this show, I do not, as I do our Greeley Crimes in Old Times. Let's get back to some criminality, ladies and gentlemen. A man at a supermarket on 47th Street pulled up to a parking lot and defecated on the sidewalk. So if they leave that for 3,000 years, his family, his ancestral family, will have to say, yes, we consent. When he was outside that King Soopers, he did a King Poopers, and you may have it for your research. A caller near 43rd Avenue called to that call. Oh.
Pick up the phone.
This is sad. A caller near 43rd Avenue called to report a lady who poisoned prairie dogs and covered up their holes. I don't know if it was just their anuses and mouths or also the holes in the earth that they were digging, but oh, so sad. And I do love me some prairie dogs. And by the way, a caller near 23rd Avenue, a lot of bicycles today, reported a woman biking. Here's the deal. A woman biking. She appeared to be on drugs, so she threw a stereo and hit a car with a stick. Let's get that image on our heads, ladies and gentlemen. She's on a bicycle, moving forward. Somehow she's holding a Harman Kardon stereo
God bless her. She's got good upper body.
and a stick.
At least she didn't throw the stereo at the car.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh,
That
man.
was a good life decision.
At least it wasn't quadraphonic. Or it wasn't a fat quadraphonic, which would be offensive. So, let's see. Let's do one more. Let's do one or two more old times. And then we'll table Greeley Crimes Old Times for this week. I want to let you know that there is nothing dirty about this story, this item. Nothing dirty. And yet, 3 auto loads of young people, all shorthand students at the Industrial High School at the Colorado State Teachers College, all enjoyed an afternoon picnic at Sharks. At Shark's Tooth. Oh. Now, these auto loads of youth, following a wiener roast, they were home by dusk. Why is everything about that wrong, and yet it is as innocent as can be? Auto loads of young people at a weenie roast. Your guess is as good as mine. Now this is kind of sad. A 16-month-old baby, Albert Blonde, was found drowned in an irrigation ditch along Bliss Road. He had wandered away from home and fell into the ditch. Okay. It's the 6th drowning in Weld County in the past 4 days.
What?
I mean, and we're talking about Colorado. There's no water in Colorado. And they have to import it from other places or wait for some moments of rainfall. And yet 6 drownings in, 4 days. I don't know. Something a little hinky about that. Let's go back to finish up with a couple more crimes and Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Now, this is not an 8th and 8th alert, but this happened on 9th and 9th. A caller on 9th and 9th reported a man taking off his clothes to shower in the rain. Well, I guess they do get some water there nowadays. I'm showering in the rain. I'm showering in the rain. I have nowhere to go with that. Okay. There's a bus going by, and I'm waving high. Not the only thing I'm waving at them. All right, here we go. A caller reported. Good Lord.
Pick up the phone.
Yeah, oh, hello. Yes, oh my God, a caller is reporting a toddler walking around barefoot in the middle of an intersection. I think it would be okay if the kid were wearing shoes in the middle of an intersection, but barefoot, not, or at least socks, or at least one of David's socks. And finally, a caller on 9th Street, and this happened like a week ago. A caller on 9th Street reported a man dumped an 8-foot boa constrictor at that location. For goodness sakes. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Greeley Crimes and Old Times for this Saturday, June 19th, 2021. Yes, indeed, Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Oh, whoops. I always forget to pull up the volume. Let's try this again, shall we? We shall.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool. I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi-yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
Thank you, Groucho et al., for taking us out of Greeley Crimes and Old Times. And Ed and Al, they're my friends here. So, by the way, speaking of friends, let's not forget, very friendly to the Daverhood, the fine folks at Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway. Since the mid-1970s, the Toron family has owned and operated this franchise in the heart of Hewlett, Long Island. So our new friend of the Daverhood is Michael Gotch. Let's see what they do for you with the letter G. Look at that. Gifts, gift certificates, gift stationery baskets, gift napkin sets, glassware, which they engrave, golf tee signs, graduation accessories, graduation announcements, and even they have a graphic artist on staff for your wedding invitations, your holiday cards. Those are just the letter G of all the services available from Hewlett Minuteman. They also, of course, deliver UPS packages. They do printing for law enforcement. Oh yeah, and they make copies. Color, black and white, double-sided, single-sided. They could probably figure out a way to do 3D triple-sided if you really needed it. The point is, for all these years, 50 years almost,
Drop it like it's hot.
drop it like they have been there to help grow your business, your company. It can now mean, the whole world of how we do business and promote our business has changed. But Hewlett Minuteman Press has been there every step of the way. You need silk screening a logo on a uniform or a T-shirt.
Yes, I do.
No, Joyce needs it. You need it to contact Hewlett Minuteman Press. You need business cards, digital ones, or the old-fashioned. They'll do that as well. The most beautiful, wonderful business cards I ever got were from Hewlett Minuteman Press, like 25 years ago, long before I started doing this program. So give them a call, 516-569-5577, area code 516-569-5577, and if you tell them Dave sent you, you get 10% off any job, big or small. 516-569-5577, Hewlett Minuteman Press, they are the copy kings. Well, I consider the great folks at Hewlett Minuteman Press friends of the Daverhood. We have a new friend of the Daverhood this week, Michael Gotch. We want to thank him so much for appearing on the program. And everybody do go see or on computer online starting on June 29th. See his play Tiny House, which is being put on by Westport Country Playhouse. WestportPlayhouse.org. WestportPlayhouse.org is the place you can find out more about that. So thank him. Thank also to John Wisniewski of Everyman Agency for setting up that interview. Vicki,
It was probably the most beautiful, picturesque background. It was real. It wasn't a virtual
yeah,
background.
right. He didn't have to go all the way to like Denmark.
He had a river.
Yeah, man, I want to live there. And that's near Chicago. I love Chicago. Yeah. I would. Ask his parents to put us up for a weekend. But great to have Michael Gotch and great to have Vicki Quade. Remember to if you're in the Chicago area, go see her plays, especially, of course, Late Night Catechism and I never remember this. It's the Christmas Bingo, or what was it called?
If you go to her website,
Halloween Bingo.
Nuns for Fun.
Nuns for Fun. Vicki Quade. Quade. Vicki Quade. Another friend of the Daverhood, David Sheward, and his blog, The David Desk. Leslie Hoban Blake on Critic Circle. These are all great, great friends of the Daverhood. We have many, many, many more. And let's tell you what they've been up to in our segment, Friends of the Daverhood. Someone do what?
It's almost on the clock, Booba.
Oh, I know. La-doo-dee-doo-be-doo. So here are the friends of the Daverhood for this week. We let you know what they've been up to since they've been on this program. For example, playwright Edward Einhorn, his play The Marriage of Alice B. Toklas by Gertrude Stein is being done today, June 19th. Untitled Theater.com is the place to go. And our actress friend Beth Malone, she is doing a night at Feinstein's 54 Below. That is happening tomorrow. Monday, June 21st. Beth Malone. And then starting on Monday and running through Friday, the Multi-Stages Company, they've got Speak Out, protest plays, and more. You can watch this online Monday through Friday. Go to multistages.org, and Lorca Perez, who is the artistic director of the company, she is directing 2 of those plays from Speak Out. Letting you know that on June 24th, towards the end of the week, Karen Mason and Sam Harris. They're both part of Night of a Thousand Judies. thousandjudies.com to find out more. And then debuting on June 24th on the Broadstream service. And so I think it's that night, but also will be available for some nights after that. A new Zoom play called Off Broadway, which will feature our nonagenarian friend Hal Linden. Now, we were talking about Andre de Shields before, how he played Volpone for the Red Bull Theater this past week. Well, he is in Forest Park in St. Louis doing the Forest Park Shakespeare Festival, playing one of the greatest of all roles for an older actor, King Lear, now through the end of June. Go see him. And go see Tova Feldshuh. She's at the Bay Street Theater, and it's in person, some of it. It's also online. She's playing Dr. Ruth Westheimer in the play Becoming Dr. Ruth. This is the Bay Street Theater in Sag Harbor. Tova Feldshuh, now through the end of June. And also through the end of June, Stevie Holland in her musical play Love Linda, where she plays Cole Porter's wife, Linda Porter. This is streaming via Broadway On Demand. Stevie Holland. Playing now through July 4th, a revival of Terrence McNally's comedy It's Only a Play, featuring our friend Julie Holston. This is being done virtually by the New Jersey theater George Street Playhouse. Go to their website. And just a reminder, as ever, that Barbara Fasano and Eric Comstock, they do duets together of songs from the Great American Songbook on their YouTube page. StageBuddy.com is a wonderful website that is run and founded by our friend Evan Seplow, StageBuddy.com. Go to DrDemento.com for Demento shows old and new. Hear podcasts about upstate New York history from Bob Cudmore at BobCudmore.com. Read Phil Mushnick writing about sports and the coverage of sports in the New York Post. Listen to Gilbert Gottfried's amazing Colossal podcast. And finally, don't forget that Dave J. Gersten, check out his Facebook page because he does Facebook shows Tuesday nights at 8. And those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood. Well, it is a couple of minutes away from 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So yes, our 3-hour show, as it almost always does, has ballooned in a beautiful way. You know, a balloon is a light thing. A balloon, especially if it has helium in it, it rises, it goes up. And let's face it, this is a pretty fun episode of Dave's Gone By. We went inside Broadway. We had Rabbi Sol Solomon talking to Michael Gotch. And
the biggest thing that happened, we had someone overthrow David. He only lost once before, I think.
Once or twice. Yes, Vicki Quade taking the big ceremonial ring in our yesterday quiz. And what else did we? Greeley Crimes Old Times we did. I talked about my play. Lots of stuff to talk about. Do we want to save the ice cream thing for?
No, say it, because it's difficult, because you talked about the ice cream.
Let's see if my jaw works after we're done here.
And then we'll eat, and with ice cream, it's happy.
So, Joyce and I, one of the things we like to do when I get home from work is get the hell out of this room. We've been locked in for like a year and a half. So, and we have two different paths that we generally take. We either turn right and go towards down a street that we always go back and forth on with nice houses and trees and a little ravine where every once in a while we'll find a duck, but usually not. And it's nice, and we go. Or, if it's not too crowded, we'll feel like going to our local park, which is a couple of blocks away. And this week, especially, since the weather's been beautiful, and the park is right there, and it's a perfect time of day because the heat isn't blazing. So we go to the park, and Joyce is showing me that
7 babies.
A family of geese, or as I like to say, gooses, have not so little babies. Little baby geese, kind of, except they're almost like teenagers now. It's amazing, in like the 3 days in a row that we walked and looked for them, they already got older. They stopped looking like little fuzzy goofy things in like 3 days and turned much more into like geese faces, even though they're all so fuzzy on their backs.
They're very cute.
And each day, the first thing Joyce does is like, let's count. Let's make sure there's 7. Because we don't want there to be fewer for obvious reasons. Even though I look at these geese and I'm thinking crock pot, grapes, cherries, little orange.
You ate a goose once. It was too big for you, remember?
Oh, well, yeah. But they're so lovely. They're so cute and adorable. And we love seeing them. But the weirdest thing of going to this park is if you go a little further and there's a branch sticking into and out of the water that they have. And we're like, okay, so there's going to be a duck on it. There'll be a goose on it standing on that log. And we look there, and there's not 1, but 2 nice-sized turtles. And I've never, in my, I grew up in this town. I grew up going to this park when I was 12 and a half years old. I don't think I've ever seen a turtle in the park. And there's 2 of them on this branch, in this part of this ecosystem. And one day we got there, they were actually sharing the branch with 2 ducks. So it's a long branch. And although, oddly enough, it should be in New Jersey, because it's a long branch. But, so we've got these 2 ducks on the end of the branch, thank you. And then these 2 turtles just hanging with each other. Like, yeah. And it's the most wonderful thing. And it makes me so happy at the end of the day to go through this. Of course, the park at this time of year, everything's blooming, everything's blossoming. It's lovely, and we're walking around. But the other thing that happens in this park, and you're trying to just have a nice moment with nature. You're communing, and there's a statue there. They now have they just built this memorial to Kelly Tinez, who was killed by Robert Golub like 30 years ago when I was in high school. In Tennessee, they put up a nice statue and memorial of her, and people put bricks in memory of Kelly, beloved Kelly, kill the Golubs. And so you walk around this thing, and that's nice, and your head is into nature, and your head is into this nice park, and a big lake with people fishing in it, and so forth. And then in the corner of my ear, I hear la da 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 dum ba dum da dum ba dee da bum bum la da 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 bum ba dum ba dum da dee da dum la 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 la. You know that song. Everybody knows that song. Right? Was that always the song? No. What was the other one?
What it was, I don't know.
Okay, because there used to be, when I was growing up, you had the Good Humor Man, right? The guy who drove the Good Humor truck, and that was, I was right off like a shot, and just like, yes, yeah. So you get the Good Humor thing of the crunchy on the outside, the chocolate, and then that weird one that they had that you couldn't eat without making a complete mess, because it had hard chocolate candy in the middle, like the center of it over the stick was hard chocolate. So you had to go through like the ice cream underneath and bite into that, and then this would fall. It was you felt you were getting more for your money when you bought it, because so much was going on in that ice cream bar. But at the same time, it was an unbelievable pain in the ass to eat. And I actually ended up enjoying much, much more the toasted almond. That remains my favorite thing of everything and anything. The toasted almond crunchies on vanilla ice cream. Oh, heaven. Heaven from Good Humor, right? And so Good Humor, I think it was just a bell. Wasn't it just a bell?
I don't remember. I have no idea of like what it was.
So, I think wait a minute. I may actually, this could be, hold on. I want to see something. Guess what? I had this on YouTube for years. And now that is not Good Humor. That is Mr. Softy. So I hear, so maybe there's different melodies for different things. I grew up with Good Humor back in Brooklyn. But out here now, at least, so I'm in the park, we're in the park, and every day that we're there, we hear this truck in the background. Now, Joyce eats very, very carefully. She's a vegetarian. And she has to watch salt, she has to watch all these things. So she's very, very good with her eating. I'm a human garbage can. I'm a vacuum cleaner. I'm like, I'll try, there's this piece of poop. If it tastes good, I'll eat it, right? So I'm hearing the ice cream truck, and I'm thinking, that Eddie Murphy did a bit about this innate childhood longing, this ember inside you that gets awakened by that music. Ice cream man, because only good things come of that, right? I mean, unless it's a fake ice cream truck and it's an abductor and bad things can come of that. But normally, something good is going to be handed to you on a hot day, and you take it. And when I had my hernia 23 years ago, and we were walking around the park just to get me up and walking.
We paid $10 for SpongeBob SquarePants.
It was not $10. It could not have been. Was it $10?
I think it was.
Oh my God! Well, the ice cream person was there, and I didn't even want to leave. I didn't want to do anything because I was in horrible pain. But part of healing from this hernia is getting up, moving around, getting the circulation, and your limbs going.
The shorts that I got you from Kmart, they were like 20 sizes.
Yeah. It was like shorts that were even too big for my dad. My wife put them on me because I was still healing from the scar, and I didn't want anything too tight in me, pressing and constricting. I was in horrible shape. But we're walking around very slowly, navigating around this park. And then we're like, I'm like, you know what? I've had a bad week. I was at an operating table, almost died, recovered. Recovery is horrible. I need a treat. So it's like, and of course I can't run like a child would to the ice cream truck because I can't run. I've had a hernia. So it's like, don't go. I'm waving. Don't go. Please. Me need. And I wanted something unusual. I like SpongeBob SquarePants, the cartoon. I do. It's very funny, sometimes brilliant. Not my favorite. It's nothing that I really, really loved, but it's really, really good. Okay. But at that point, I was watching it, and I saw, I figured I'd get up to this truck, and they have an ice cream cone. They have this sandwich. They might have like that weird flying saucer, weird rainbow color thing that
you yelled out, it was kosher.
Really?
Yes.
For that?
Yes, you yell at it. Now this.
This one. That's today. I'm talking about back when I had the hernia. We get up to the van, and I'm expecting it's just regular ice cream, and they have these things with like pictures of SpongeBob SquarePants on them. I'm like, just for something different, let me have them. Let me have a SpongeBob SquarePants sandwich cone.
That's
Whatever the hell.
Tastes good.
Yeah. And we did, and Joyce was saying it was $10. I hope I didn't know that because I would not have remotely paid $10 for a piece of ice cream. But I did, right? And the ice cream man probably thought I was like a retarded child or something. Because here, this is for you, And I had my SpongeBob SquarePants special park treat. Flash forward 23 years later, a man in my pushing late 50s now, right? On the late side of mid-50s. And I'm in the park, and I hear, ice cream! Must! And I'm telling myself, don't. I'm telling myself, why? I don't need it. I haven't even had dinner yet. Let me just, it's fine. I've heard it the last few, I don't need to get. And Joyce is sort of saying, you want it. It's the call of the ice cream man. It's the siren call. It's the manatee in the water calling the sailors over. It's the ice cream truck. Let's do it. And I'm like, okay. Because there's things I will resist and there are things I will not resist. And, 3 times you ask somebody, you want ice cream. First time you can say no. Second time you can say, no, it's okay. Third time you're like, okay, yes, ice cream. Ice cream. We go up there. And already my first thing is sticker shock. Because the first prices I see are like $6 or $8, but those are for Sundays. Which I figure, you know what? I go back to the days of Jan's Ice Cream Parlor and Itkins. And like, you should be sitting in a table in a restaurant. And then, okay, they're charging you $6 for a cent. But off a cart in the street? $6. So I'm almost like, take me away. I go, no, come on. I'm not going to pay. But some things were cheaper. and they had a more basic ice cream cones. But the thing about Mr. Softy is, they do actually have what we used to call custard. It's not just your basic hard, like, seal test, or I don't know if they make seal test anymore, or, what you get in the store, the hard, delicious, creamy ice cream. This is like, it's soft.
It's custard.
I love custard. Chocolate, vanilla, doesn't matter. And he has, Mr. Softy's got the custard. You had me at that. So I look at it, and then they've got the custard, and you can cover it with like little crushed peanuts or crunchies, and they have custard with Oreo crunch on it. I'm like, there. And even though an ice cream cone is $3.50, because it's got the crunchies on, or whatever, and because it's Mr. Softy, and because they have actually on the side of this truck, knowing the neighborhood, they have big letters, kosher, which probably took a $1 cone and ballooned it to $3.50. But I want my kosher Mr. Softy cone. And he hands it to me, and it's perfectly sprinkled with the
they were all even size. You got cookie crumbles.
And the cookie crumbles, the Oreo crumbles. And I've got to say, a beautiful night in a local park in the middle of June, at the end of a work week, and holding that and just having a little bit of soft vanilla ice cream with crunchy. It was a nice moment. I don't even hold it, I do, but I don't hold it against the guy that he shortchanged me. I handed him $4 and he just kind of kept
the other. $3.50, but 50 cents for the thing.
For the crunchy sprinkles?
Yeah,
or well, they should say that on the van.
It did.
Or say plus tax or something.
I think it said plus crunchy sprinkles.
Oh, really? Well. Was it worth $4? Yeah, it was. I don't often say that. I don't often think anything is worth $4. But an ice cream in the park, it was nice. And yes, the lure, the pull, the addictive pull of that music and of the ice cream man, Dave succumbed. Then again, if you had a truck going like ribs, spare ribs.
Remember that was at the Greeley Stampede. That was your, yeah.
Right. I'm the prime rib man. Come and get it, medium or raw. Prime rib. Hi, I'm the potato chip man. Please come in. He's like, what? It doesn't really matter with me. As I said, I'm a bucket. I was like, ding, 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 ding. Sardines and vinegar. I mean, if the song was right enough, I'd probably go, okay, I'm down. Anywho, that was a very nice end to the week, I do have to say. I should have probably saved that for the end, because it puts me in such a mellow mood.
This is not, David,
But we haven't done the Colorado, the Limerick, and then we can go, and then we can end the show. But we do have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned for living in Colorado all these years, and I love Colorado, I do. But the thing is, I got it into my head to write a poem about every possible town, city, hovel, municipality in Colorado, as many as I could, little poems, limericks, 5 lines long, and of course, because they're limericks and because I'm me, they're horrible, disgusting, dirty, and offensive. Even as a joke. So, ladies and gentlemen, this week we go to Byers, Colorado. I hope you don't have buyer's remorse on this. Byers, Colorado, for our Colorado Limerick of the Damned.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
Thank you, Christine Lavin. Yes, we're getting high on our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where this week we go to Byers, Colorado, which was founded in 1873 and named after the very first Colorado newspaper editor, William Byers. It's a small town these days, a little over 1,000 people, and it's about an hour east of Denver. They're known for their parades and their annual rodeo, kind of their version of we have the Stampede, and the Thanksgiving time turkey shoot in Byers, Colorado. That'd be real fun for me with my love of sudden loud noises, being around Byers for the turkey shoot time. But ladies and gentlemen, I have a Colorado Limerick of the Damned. It is, by the way, in terms of language, G-rated. However, in terms of content, not so much. Ahem. Byers, Colorado, or Colorado Limerick of the Damned. A sick orthodontist from Byers would tie up his victims with wires. If they dared resist, he'd tighten and twist and pull all their teeth out with pliers. Usually they're filthy sexual. This one's just sick. Yes, please send your comments and complaints to davesgoneby@aol.com, davesgoneby@aol.com. I try and read everything that I get in my email, plus you can message me right here on the Facebook page, either by posting under the show, or if you're a friend, by all means, just send me a message that way. The Dave's Gone By Facebook page. And remember, I have a Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2. It's Radio Dave and the number 2. And what else can I tell you? Oh, I didn't even tell you. Please, if you missed parts of this show, if you want to share parts of this show with other people, our webpage, davesgoneby.com, has all the archives. From our very first episode, which was just audio, we were on the radio, for hundreds of episodes since, including all the videos we've done over the past couple of years, hundreds of hours of comedy content, davesgoneby.com, absolutely free, surf to your heart's content. You can listen, you can download, and by the way, we also keep our archives at the nonprofit website archive.org. That is for both our complete shows as well as just our interviews. You'll find them at archive.org. Plus, we put our audio archives at castbox.fm. That's for people who just want to be on the go and want only the audio of the show. Castbox.fm. Plus, we put all our stuff on YouTube, and sometimes they give us fits in terms of copyright. Facebook does that too. Whatevs. That's why we've got davesgoneby.com, which nobody can touch. It's mine. The archives are there. So, copyright be damned. And also, if you happen to have Long Island cable television and you're on Altice in the Nassau County area, Channel 20, the public access channel, Monday early morning at 1 a.m. and Tuesdays early morning at 4 a.m., Channel 20, surf, and you will find an hour-long excerpt of Dave's Gone By at random. It's not the best way to watch the show, but if you happen to be surfing and you're like, holy crap, that's Dave. Yeah, it is. Mondays at 1, Tuesdays at 4 in the morning on Channel 20 Altice Cable. Well, it just remains for me to do some thank yous on this Juneteenth edition of Dave's Gone By. Thank you so much one more time to Leslie Hoban Blake from Critic Circle, to David Sheward of the David Desk and culturaldaily.com and theaterlife.com. Again, I should write those down. But David Sheward, and of course our champion this week, Vicki Quade. Do by all means go see her shows at the Greenhouse Theater in Chicago. I want to and thank you one more time to John Wisniewski for setting up the interview with Michael Gotch. Everybody go watch Tiny House from Westport Country Playhouse. That is starting June 29th and running through most of July. westportplayhouse.org. And thank you so much to Michael Gotch. What a delightful interview he was with Rabbi Sol Solomon. Go to his website, shalomdammit.com. Shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com. This is where you can read and hear all his rabbinical reflections. It's another place to listen to the interviews that he does on this show. Plus, his stage show, Shalom Damn It, that's there. and his TV show, 10 episodes of Shalom Dammit, Rabbi Sol Solomon's Peace, Love, and Acid Reflux Hour. It was hilarious. They're there, all there, at his website, shalomdammit.com. So please check that out and check out his website, his Twitter feed at Rabbi Sol Solomon, at Rabbi Sol Solomon. And thank you also, gotta thank my darling, adorable, and wonderful wife, Joyce, for supporting me through this whole show with all those noises, with all the Facebook stuff, with all these reminders and things. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you.
Commissioner Arnold Stang.
And oh yes, she found that beautiful, beautiful image of Arnold Stang. Yeah. Oh, the things I would do to Arnold Stang.
The things you can learn on this show.
Hey, not even. That's a joke. Not even. Anywho, I'm Dave Lefkowitz. You've been watching the 803rd episode of Dave's Gone By. This one called Gotcha. We will do our 804th next week. I don't know who the guest will be. Maybe we won't have a guest. Maybe we'll just do a regular show without one. You'll just have to check our Facebook page and davesgoneby.com to find out. Until then, most happy and healthy Juneteenth to you all. Gonna change up the theme music for this one just a little bit. And gone by. Ladies and gentlemen, it won't go away. I love how you click off iTunes. It wants me to get ice cream again today. That's what he's telling me. He's telling me he tried the vanilla. Ice cream, ice cream. I gotta go. It's time for ice cream and gone by.